If we could please, do we have quorum? If we could please check if there's quorum for our housing authority meeting, please.
Hi, Chair. We need one more.
Thank you. If you could please let me know as soon as we get that.
Oh, and council. Oh, we have a quorum.
Thank you. If we could please do roll call, I would like to start this housing authority meeting.
Councilwoman Allen,
Present.
Councilwoman Price, Councilman Supernaw,
Here.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Here.
Councilmember Uranga, Councilman Austin,
Here.
received. Vice Mayor Richardson,
Here.
Commissioner Tanzer, Vice Chair Sorrow, Chair Zendejas.
Thank you. If you could please read item number 1.
Item 1 is a recommendation to approve the minutes of the Housing Authority of the City of Long Beach special meeting held Tuesday, July 12, 2022.
Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second? And if you could please voice it out so that I can hear.
Move Mungo.
Thank you.
Second, Allen.
Thank you. Do I have any comments from my colleagues on this item? Hearing none, do we have any public comments on this item?
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak in person, please line up to the podium now. If there are members of the public that wish to speak in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9. No public comment, Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. There's one person in here, and I'm going to see if she wants to speak on the minutes. Squisha Brown. Your hand is raised. Was this to speak on item 1 for the minutes?
If everyone can hear me before you start the minutes, please say aye. If everyone can hear me, the panel? Can the panel hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Once again, I'm back in front of the City of Long Beach Housing. My name is Sequita Brown, and this will be the 3rd time I've appeared before a panel of the City of Long Beach asking for my voucher so I can move out of Long Beach. And it went unheard.
Excuse me. Hi.
Just like the last 2 times.
Hi.
Well, I'm having an interview with DFEH, Department of Fair Employment.
Sir, this is the city clerk's office. I just wanted to let you know that we are we're taking a vote on minutes at this time. And this item that you wish to speak on is not related to minutes. So we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this item. And then we're going to move to the second item. If that's the item that you'd like to speak on, that's perfectly fine. Otherwise, your comments would have to be tabled to the general public comment. So if you just give us a moment, we will give you the opportunity.
In online, you mean?
We will give you the opportunity to speak.
Is that what you're asking? Is that what you're telling me?
We're voting on minutes, and it doesn't sound like your public comment is related to minutes. I promise.
No, ma'am, but if you don't mind me just saying one thing, and I'm going to let you go. I came there before. It was 8 months to this very day in November. And when they
and thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you. We want to give you an opportunity to speak with us. So if you would be so kind as to queue up again, raise your hand. We only have one two items and then we'll go to public comment and then we can give
Okay.
you a full time so that you can share with us your concerns if that's okay. We'll just
I
take this
appreciate
vote
it. Thank
right
you
now.
so much.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, it gets confusing. Thank you for understanding.
No problem. Thank you.
We'll be right back with you. Again, if there's any comment, public comment on the minutes on item one, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. No public comments. Chair, I've already taken, I have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and take the vote if that's okay with you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilman Supernaw,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga, Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson, Vice
Aye.
Chair Sorrow,
Aye.
Chair Zendejas,
Aye.
Commissioner Tanzer. Motion carries.
Thank you. If we could go to item number 2, please.
Item 2 is a recommendation to receive and file the Housing Authority Financial and Operational Performance Reports for May 2022 citywide.
Motion Mungo?
Thank you. We
Second
need a
Allen.
second, please.
Second, Austin.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from my colleagues? I actually have a quick question for staff. In this single month of May, 76 households were served with Shelter Plus Care. May staff briefly share with everyone what the support services include? Just something very brief for our listeners.
Absolutely, Councilman. The Shelter Plus Care program receives supportive services from the Mental Health America with integrated case management services and the U.S. Vets program. Both of these voucher programs are managed by these two entities. They make referrals and they provide advocacy and assistance to these families as they are provided rental subsidies.
Thank you, Ms. King. Always so gracious, and thank you for all you do for our community.
Thank you.
Now, if we could see if there's any public comment from our public on this item.
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item in person, please line up to the podium. No one in Chambers Chair. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9. Hi, and Squeesha Brown, I just want to make sure that you don't want to speak on this item. Your hand is still raised. You want to speak on general public comment, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No public
Sorry
comment,
about-
Chair, on this item.
Thank you. If we could please do a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price, Councilman Supernaw,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga, Councilmember Austin, Councilman Austin, Vice Mayor Richardson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sorrow,
Aye.
Chair Zendejas,
Aye.
Commissioner Tanzer. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I would like to open it to public comment.
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item in person, please line up at the podium. No public comment in Chambers Chair. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9.
And I see Ms. Aquita Brown. This would be your opportunity to share your public comment.
Thank you. And before you start my minutes, I just wanted to ask, can everybody hear me again? I am at home.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Once again, good evening, City of Long Beach Housing Panel. I am before this panel. My name is Sequita Brown, and this will be the third time I've appeared before a panel of the City of Long Beach asking for my housing voucher so that I can move out of Long Beach. And it went unheard, just like the other two times. Well, I'm having an interview with DFEH, and they granted me an hour interview. I have everything that I brought before you and more. This year, between March and April 2022, the Housing Authority selected my son, Jermaine. His application, they pulled his application. Once they saw all of our names, which include my name, my niece's name, my brother's name, and my son's name, because the three are disabled, as I have stated before, once they found that out, they told my son, and I quote, if you want to take advantage of this voucher offer, you must apply alone. Why did they tell my son that? As soon as they saw my name, they chose to make their own laws, skipping the ADA law for disabled. And why should my son leave his family that he lives with? I've paid more, I've had more than enough of this city ignoring us just so they can keep retaliating against myself and my family for asking what is so rightfully ours because I have the evidence, as I had stated in November. We are retaliated against and still are. But my neighbors on housing, these are the people that live next door to me and across the street from me that I've complained about for over 5 years, have cars, boats, and jet skis, but are on housing. I'm going to say that again, cars, boats, and jet skis. And they are on housing authority. And the housing authority of the city of Long Beach knows it by the numerous emails, videos, beggings, and pleadings for help. This is my statement. I am filing for the right to sue the city of Long Beach for violations, retaliations, and abuse of power by the entire housing and city officials from the mayor on down. And my last statement is this: you have 30 days to respond to my begging, my request, my plea. I have talked to and cried to everyone, Mr. Robert Garcia to the vice principal,
Thank you
vice
for your
president.
public
I've
comments,
even
sir.
got in
Your
touch
time
with
is
Stacy
up.
Mongo. Ms. Vendejas knows her staff manager. I'll get his name together. He ignored me. Everybody has ignored me.
Thank you for your
I've
public
lived in this
comments,
city since
sir.
I was.
That concludes.
Thank you for.
That concludes
Thank you,
public
Madam
comment.
Clerk. Is there any way to get contact information from that speaker? If so, if someone could please refer that information to us. Thank you. With that done, I now conclude the Housing Authority meeting. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.
Madam Clerk, just want to change the screen, please. Okay, we're going to go ahead and transition now to the city council meeting. So if the clerk can begin by doing a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Present.
Councilwoman Allen,
Present.
Councilwoman Price,
Present.
Councilman Supano, Councilman Supano,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Here.
Councilwoman Saro,
Present.
Councilmember Uranga,
Present.
Councilman Austin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Richardson,
Present.
Mayor Garcia. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Councilman Mungo to lead us in the pledge in a moment of silence.
Thank you. If I could have everyone stand and place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can please have the consent items 1 through 6, please, and a motion and a second for that. I need a second, please. Is your public comment for consent 1 through 6?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on the consent calendar items in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. And I'm assuming, Councilmember Austin, that was to queue up for a motion, correct? Or to speak? Motion? Okay. All right. If there's a motion and a second, no public comment, please roll call vote for consent.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price,
Aye.
Councilman Supano,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Austin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. And could we do the fund transfer consent items? I believe they're 11 through 14, 16, and 28, I believe.
Item 11 is a communication from Councilwoman Price, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $200 to provide a contribution to the Friends of the Long Beach Public Library. Item 12 is communication from Councilman Supano, recommendation to increase appropriation in the special advertising and promotion fund group in the city manager's department by $10,000 to provide support for the end of summer celebration. Item 13 is a communication from Councilman Austin, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $500 to provide a donation to the Jazz Angels. Item 14 is a communication from Councilman Austin, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $300 to provide a donation to the Little Lion Foundation. Item 16 is a communication from Councilwoman Allen, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,420 to provide contribution to Casa Guerrero, Safaria Business Association, Friends of Long Beach Public Library, and Dave Van Patten. Item 28 is a communication from Vice Mayor Richardson and Councilmember Uranga. Recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the city manager department by $1,000 to provide a donation to Ron Palmer Summer Basketball and Academic Camp.
We have a motion and a second. Did you have any comments, Councilman Saro? Councilman Uranga? And Councilman Zendejas, any comments?
No, I had queued up to motion, but glad.
Great. Then we have any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on items 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 28 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Please do a roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price,
Aye.
Councilman Supano,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Alston,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. That concludes the consent. Just a couple announcements for the regular agenda. So we do have a very long and full agenda today. We have the budget hearing, which will happen first. And then right after the budget hearing, we have a variety of other hearings as it relate to our local coastal program and sales tax agreement. And then we're going to go right into some issues around and bonds around the aquarium, and also the second reading of the healthcare worker ordinance, which we're going to try to do all of that towards the beginning of the agenda. And then we have a long agenda for the rest of the council. So I just wanted to warn folks that we do have a long meeting. We're going to go right into the budget hearing because it's first thing on the agenda, and then we're going to try to move through the council as expeditiously as possible. And so with that, let's continue the budget hearing, which we are doing for fire, police, and parks. We're going to hear all of the presentations at once, and then after we go through all the presentations, we will do all of the questions at once, and then any public comment, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was our pleasure to give you an overview of the budget. Last Tuesday, we transmitted that officially to the Mayor and City Council and the public, and now we're looking to really dive deeper in some of the key departments. Today, we want to go through 3 key departments, the fire department, then we'll go through our police department, and then Parks, Recreation, and Marine. And so I will turn it over to Chief Espino and his team to go through the fire department presentation first, followed by police, followed by Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mr. Modica. Good evening, Mayor Garcia and members of the City Council. This evening, I will be providing a brief overview of the fire department, highlighting the key services that we provide to the community and some of our recent accomplishments. Additionally, I will share our focus, proposed budget changes, and some of the major challenges and opportunities that we foresee for the upcoming fiscal year. The Long Beach Fire Department delivers fire, rescue, emergency medical services, marine safety response, hazardous materials response, and non-emergency response services. We provide a 24-hour operation 365 days a year. Our personnel are well-equipped and highly trained to mitigate all emergencies. The fire department strives to make Long Beach a better place to live, visit, work, and own a business. Additionally, we work to ensure the safety of the community through proactive fire prevention activities, including code enforcement, fire investigation, and proactive community outreach. We also provide training and education that is essential to the delivery of our core fire and rescue services. I would now like to present some of the fire department's accomplishments and highlights for the current fiscal year. Over the past 12 months, we have responded to over 80,000 fire, emergency medical services, marine safety, and other emergency incidents, a 5% increase from last year. Since many incidents require multiple units to respond, these 80,000 incidents equate to more than 155,000 unit responses. Included in this number are over 55,000 medical calls and over 7,500 fire calls. This number has steadily increased over the years, approximately 35% since 2005, when the department had even more resources. This number also includes hazardous material responses, airport responses, and other non-fire responses. I continue to be very proud of the work that the men and women of the fire department do for the community. Since the first days of the pandemic, they have come to work every day, answering every call, despite the danger and potential harm to themselves. In January of the third year of the pandemic, our first responders provided uninterrupted emergency services to the community during the COVID Omicron surge, while nearly 100 fire personnel were in isolation. Our arson staff remained very busy as the number of arson-related fires continues to increase. Arson staff investigated 381 arson fires, which resulted in 78 arrests. These numbers continue to increase. One of the driving factors for this is the sharp increase in outdoor fires, specifically those near freeways and rivers. These types of fires have increased by 320% since 2018, from 199 to 637. As in all fire responses, these fires require a large amount of fire resources for a prolonged period of time. In an effort to reduce the number of injuries to fire department personnel caused by heavy lifting, we have purchased and installed an innovative patient lift system on all of our ambulances. With these lift systems, one individual first responder can safely and efficiently load a patient weighing up to 700 pounds into an ambulance. Expanding our partnership with the state of California, the Long Beach Fire Department took delivery of a Type 6 fire apparatus from the State Office of Emergency Services. This apparatus is being used for statewide mutual aid incidents, as well as local all-risk events, emergency incidents, and disaster responses. This apparatus is currently in Northern California assisting in the McKinney fire, which has caused 4 deaths and is at 55% containment. In the current fiscal year, we have received over $4 million in Homeland Security grants through a combination of Urban Area Security Initiative, State Homeland Security Grant Program, and Port Security Grant Program funds. These funds allow us to make one-time purchases of equipment that is critical to our mission. Grant funds also support training to staff in many of our specialty programs, such as hazardous materials and urban search and rescue. Of the 29 local fire agencies that compete for these grant funds, Long Beach typically receives 20% of available funds. For comparison purposes, Los Angeles County and Los Angeles City Fire Departments, who are approximately 7 times our size, each typically receive 30% of available funds annually. In our continuing effort to eliminate bias and foster an environment of diversity, inclusion, and equity, staff from our diversity recruitment program partnered with the City Manager's Equity Office to deliver the Racial Equity 101 course throughout the fire department. To date, over 70% of staff have received this training, and our goal is to have all fire department staff trained by the end of fiscal year 23. We continued our participation in Jordan High School's Public Safety Pathway program. Through the efforts of our diversity recruitment program in partnership with Long Beach Unified School District, we are introducing more students each year to the possibility of a career in the fire service. This is one of our long-term strategies for increasing diversity in the Long Beach Fire Department. The diversity recruitment program will also host the 2nd annual Long Beach Fire Department Female Firefighter Career Workshop later this month. This is a one-day event that prepares candidates to succeed in the fire recruit examination by providing information on the application and testing process. It continues to be a popular and highly successful event. Through the efforts of our fire diversity recruitment program, we graduated a diverse class of 20 firefighters. We also conducted multiple ambulance operator academies, resulting in 40 new ambulance operators to staff our increasingly busy basic life support units. Additionally, we conducted a successful Fire Engineer Academy with 16 promotional candidates. In an effort to reduce the spread of COVID-19, fire department staff from our Fireboat program partnered with the Department of Health and Human Services to provide COVID-19 vaccinations to crew members on commercial ships that were docked in the Port of Long Beach. Additionally, fire staff continues to assist the health department with their mobile vaccination clinic, reaching those who are unable to get to vaccination sites. Finally, Over 900 youth participated in the junior lifeguard program this year. Due to the proactive outreach efforts of our Marine Safety Division in recent years, this summer program, which has been in operation since 1969, continues to grow in number and diversity. The fire department has several major areas of focus for fiscal year 23. The first is to address the steady increase in call volume and to maintain or improve response times to fires, emergency medical, and other emergency responses. We are working with our medical director to analyze and provide recommendations for adapting how we respond to incidents and perhaps what incidents we respond to in an effort to minimize response times. Innovative solutions such as telemedicine and alternate destinations may be explored. Firefighter safety and behavioral health continue to be significant issues in the fire service. Firefighters are under a tremendous amount of stress, working on the front lines during the pandemic, witnessing tragic events firsthand, and working long hours. They and their families are impacted by all of this. The health and safety of fire department staff is one of my highest priorities as fire chief. To that end, we have trained peer counselors and made the services of mental health clinicians available to all staff. We need to ensure that everyone in the department is aware of these services, remove any stigma associated with obtaining help, and increase these services as funding allows. Another priority is to increase diversity in all ranks of the fire department through recruitment and training opportunities. Programs like the Female Firefighter Career Workshop, prep sessions, and the fire services curriculum at Jordan High School are all part of our short-term and long-term solutions to improving the diversity of the department. A significant focus area for the fire department in fiscal year 23 is to maintain staffing and resources to meet service demands of citywide growth. The demand for fire and emergency medical services will increase with the vertical density in the downtown areas and throughout the city, the continued increase in EMS calls, and the increase in outdoor fires, especially those near freeways and rivers. The anticipated retirement of our leadership in the management and supervisory ranks creates a great opportunity to develop the next generation of leadership. This has always been a focus of mine, and it will remain so in the next year. Officer development efforts include participation in the Leadership Long Beach Institute and Executive Leadership Program, USC Saul Price Leadership Program, and other local and regional training. The Fleet Services Bureau continues to update fire's frontline vehicles that respond to fires, emergency medical services, and other incidents. Over the next 3 years, we will replace 10 fire engines, 1 airport crash rig, a hazardous materials vehicle, and our mobile command center. I want to thank the Fleet Services Bureau for their support and partnership in this area. Another focus area is to improve compliance with mandated fire prevention inspections. This includes hotels, apartments, and residential care facilities. To help us to meet these requirements, we have hired the 3 additional civilian inspectors approved in the fiscal year 22 budget and are now fully staffed in this area. Finally, we continue to streamline the fire plan check review process to meet service demands while ensuring the public's safety. Despite the pandemic, we have been able to keep up with the workload and are committed to this continued level of service. We are currently collaborating with the Department of Technology and Innovation to increase efficiencies through an electronic inspection program. Other fire agencies who have used this technology report significant increases in efficiencies, up to 40%. The fiscal year 23 budget includes several important investments for the fire department. The first is to structurally add Measure A funding of $609,000 to provide the anticipated city match for the SAFER grant to help fund the continued operation of Engine 17, which has been funded through one-time investments since October of 2019. This amount represents the difference in the cost to operate Engine 17 and the amount of grant funding we're expecting to receive. We expect to find out whether we will be funded by the end of September. If the city is not awarded the grant, staff will revisit the Measure A plan allocations and bring back to the City Council an alternative funding approach for Engine 17 operations. Additionally, we're requesting the addition of an administrative analyst to improve our administrative investigation and public records processes. Public Records Act requests continue to steadily increase. Fire staff currently handle 1,400 requests per year. Since fiscal year 20, the City Council has supported the Fire Diversity Recruitment Program with one-time funding. We are grateful for this support, which has resulted in the implementation of community partnerships and short and long-term strategies to improve diversity in the fire department. The proposed fiscal year 23 budget includes structural funding for the fire captain, who functions as the diversity recruitment and partnerships coordinator. This ongoing structural funding is critical for the continued long-term success of this program. The next two investments are program enhancements that are fully offset by revenue. In fiscal year 22, the city began a partnership with the UCLA Medical Center in which a Long Beach Fire Department firefighter paramedic staffs UCLA's mobile stroke unit, along with a stroke neurologist, critical care nurse, and CT technician. The mobile stroke unit responds as part of the 911 emergency response system and delivers proven stroke therapies to patients in the field, improving immediate patient outcomes and reducing patient long-term disability. The fiscal year 23 budget proposes to add this position structurally. Finally, we are proposing additional non-career lifeguard staffing to provide the staff support needed for our growing junior lifeguard program. The cost of the additional staff are offset by the increase in junior lifeguard program revenue and our agreements with the Long Beach Unified School District. Outside of the summer season, these lifeguards will be available to staff COVID-19 testing and vaccination sites. The fire department continues to work closely with Public Works management and staff to improve our fire facilities. This slide provides an outline of these facility improvements. First is a relocation of Fire Station 9. The 5-year plan includes partial funding for a new fire station, which will be strategically located on Long Beach Boulevard to better serve the community. Improvements to Fire Stations 11 and 13 are also planned. These address deferred maintenance as well as kitchen and bathroom renovations. Funding for Fire Station 14 will address workforce privacy needs, deferred maintenance, and energy efficiency upgrades. Finally, the plan includes partial funding for the expansion of the David Rosa Regional Fire Training Center. Improvements include additional space for classrooms and offices and workforce privacy renovations. The department will face several significant challenges in fiscal year 23. First, as I mentioned earlier, service demands, staffing levels, the pandemic, and the types of calls that we see have led to firefighter safety and behavioral health concerns. Increased development, specifically vertical density in the downtown area and throughout the city, will increase service demands, leading to an increase in emergency responses and response times. On a related note, the department will also need to begin preparing for the upcoming emergency service demands brought on by the 2028 Summer Olympic Games, which will significantly increase the daily population in the city. We have frontline safety equipment that is nearing the end of their useful lives and are in need of replacement. Items such as the breathing apparatus that the firefighters use are due for replacement in the next couple of years at a significant cost. The fire department will continue to explore additional grant funding for these items. Similarly, our first responders work 24-hour shifts, living in and responding from fire stations and marine safety facilities, some of which are old and have significant health and maintenance issues. A plan for repair and replacement of these facilities, including identifying a funding source, will be necessary to respond to this challenge. Finally, wildfires throughout the region and the state continue to pose a challenge as they grow in size and frequency. We also have several opportunities coming up. First, while anticipated retirement of our leadership in the management and supervisory ranks creates somewhat of a challenge, it also is a great opportunity to develop the next generation of leadership. As I mentioned earlier, the fiscal year 23 budget proposes the continued support of the Fire Diversity Recruitment Program. This structural funding provides a great opportunity for us to continue our short-term and long-term relationships and recruitment strategies with the goal of increasing the diversity of our staff throughout the organization. I want to again thank the city manager and city council for your continued support of this program. Another opportunity is the potential for grant funding to support training for our specialized programs, such as hazardous materials, urban search and rescue, fireboat program, and airport rescue and firefighting, as well as to support the acquisition of needed equipment, including breathing apparatus and personal protective equipment. Finally, we have an opportunity for improved efficiencies in the EMS system. We are working with our medical director and the Los Angeles County EMS agency to explore the possibility of implementing alternate destination and telemedicine pilot programs. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to present the fire department's fiscal year 23 budget. We are available to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next presentation.
The next presentation will be Chief Hebish.
Thank you, Mr. Modica, Ms. Tatum. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm very excited to be presenting the Police Department's proposed FY23 budget, my first as Chief of Police for our great city. The last few years have been unprecedented. Our police officers and professional staff have experienced increased anxiety and feelings of depletion, yet they return to work each day to serve our entire Long Beach community. They do this because their work has purpose. They do this because they are needed. Although some have chosen to leave the department or the profession altogether, the vast majority have chosen to spend their entire careers with the Long Beach Police Department. I believe this is because we're not your typical major city police department. We're large enough to be a world-class organization offering specialized services and innovative training, but small enough to maintain close relationships centered around problem solving and innovation. Our mental evaluation teams, quality of life teams, and outreach programs such as neighborhood walks are excellent examples of how we listen, learn, and respond to the needs of our community. We know that we've made mistakes and we're not perfect. No person, no group, and no police department is. However, regardless of the circumstances or situation, the police officers and professional staff of this department continue to be here each day, providing a multitude of services to our community. They listen, they engage, and they strive to enhance the quality of life for all people in our city. In the face of a nationwide pandemic, rising violent crime rates, and unprecedented attacks on police officers, their commitment to serve is unwavering and inspiring. They're always willing to do more to ensure everyone in our community has the opportunity to thrive. Every year we discuss the variety of public safety services we provide, including emergency response and calls for service, criminal investigations including victim support and advocacy, and safeguarding our public while protecting critical infrastructure and key resource locations from international and domestic threats. However, we should also discuss the resources we dedicate to our many partnerships and collaborations, like working with the City Prosecutor's Office on alternatives to incarceration, partnering with community organizations such as TIP, the Trauma Intervention Program, to provide support to people after critical incidents, collaborating with the Fire Department and Emergency Communications Center to better link public safety responses, or joining with our health department as part of the city's interdepartmental team addressing homelessness. These and so many other partnerships are the reason we're able to do the work that we do. Here you see the call volume we're currently experiencing, which further exemplifies how hard our officers are working. Year to date, officers have responded to over 100,000 calls for service, which is nearly 600 calls a day. Although we've had to make several operational modifications through the years, our response time to Priority 1 or emergency calls continues to be one of the best in the nation, at an average of about 5 minutes. Like many major cities, we experienced an increase in violent crime at the beginning of 2022. However, we remained focused and resolute. We developed strategies and our employees adapted to several operational changes. Our efforts have resulted in a notable downward trend in violent crime. And after starting 2022 with a 17.4% increase, we've now seen that number shrink to a 5.4% increase year to date. The accessibility of firearms has also contributed to some of the violence we're experiencing this year. Our officers have worked vigorously to address gun crime and the illegal possession of firearms. Oftentimes, they do this at great risk to their own lives. As of June, we've had a 16% reduction in shootings, and we've made over 350 arrests for firearm-related crimes. That's an increase of 6% over last year. 51% of these arrests involve people forbidden by law from possessing firearms. And this year alone, officers have seized over 450 firearms, which includes a 23% increase in the recovery of personally manufactured firearms, known as PMFs or ghost guns. Moving into the second half of this year, we'll continue analyzing data, identifying trends, and strategizing on creative ways to address gun violence and other crime. The most devastating crime we experience is homicide. And while every homicide is tragic, we are not dissuaded, and we continue to work toward bringing justice to the families and loved ones of victims. Among our accomplishments, you'll see we have a homicide clearance rate of 77%. This is well above the national average, which is approximately a 50% clearance rate. There are many factors that contribute to our effectiveness in this area, including a rapid reaction and response by patrol officers, immediate follow-up by our Special Investigations Division, and the excellent investigative efforts of our homicide detectives. In addition, when communities trust the police, people are more inclined to become witnesses to violent crime. We understand this, and all of these factors combined are necessary to achieve the results we're seeing. I'd also like to highlight the work we've done to address dangerous illegal street racing exhibitions, known as street takeovers. Recently, the City Council supported our efforts and voted on a street takeover ordinance to assist us in combating this extremely hazardous trend. In addition, the police department joined other agencies to work collaboratively and improve information sharing. We deployed extra resources to serve as a visual deterrent, and we conducted proactive traffic enforcement whenever we became aware of a pending street racing takeover event. To date, our officers have issued 240 citations related to street racing takeovers. We've also continued our work supporting city efforts to address homelessness. Our community outreach, response, and enforcement model consists of quality of life officers, the mental evaluation team, and Los Angeles County clinicians. Along with many of our other partners, they're doing amazing work. Year to date, they've offered services to over 5,000 persons experiencing homelessness and have found temporary and permanent housing for over 200 people. The wellness of our employees is a top priority and must be supported through strategy and practice. We're making tremendous strides in addressing employee wellness and overcoming the stigma associated with trauma in law enforcement. We've onboarded a new administrator to strengthen our workers' compensation and employee leave programs, and we're implementing a structured peer support program along with trauma resiliency training. We also recognize the intersection between employee wellness and community wellness, and we continue supporting trauma-informed care in a variety of ways, such as having community liaison officers available on critical incidents, facilitating and coordinating responses from TIP volunteers, and engaging with our health department to provide emotional support to those impacted during a traumatic event. I can't discuss officer wellness without acknowledging that one of the biggest challenges facing law enforcement today is recruitment and retention. And unfortunately, the Long Beach Police Department is no exception. Staffing shortfalls and a diminished interest in the profession are plaguing our department. Hiring, training, and keeping police officers has never been more critical to the evolution and advancement of this organization. We're constantly assessing recruitment efforts and working to implement ways to reach future police recruit candidates, including those from underrepresented groups in law enforcement. We've signed on to initiatives like the 30 by 30 campaign with a focus of increasing female representation to 30% by 2030. And thanks to the recruitment and hiring efforts of our employees, we've increased female representation in our next academy class by 114% over the prior class. We've also continued our collaboration with civil service, working on new projects such as our newest recruitment tool, the LBPD Fit Truck, which is now used to engage community and potential recruits at various events and parades. To help increase our communication, transparency, and engagement, we've developed a community advisory committee to help inform and shape department policies. And we engage our neighborhoods through division-specific events and commander forums. Our Office of Constitutional Policing works to ensure practices match policy through ongoing collaborations, such as our current data analysis project with the Center for Police Equity. And our media relations team has created a communications plan to better engage the public by delivering information more efficiently and effectively. We've increased our social media footprint and even created a daily crime blotter on our department website. As we move beyond the tumultuous past few years, and as our city now experiences an economic, health, and public safety recovery, we realize that the Long Beach Police Department is well positioned to expand on past advancements and explore new transformational opportunities. Today's FY23 budget proposal reflects a unified vision for the department, focusing and prioritizing in the following key areas: crime and homelessness, acknowledging and supporting employee and community wellness, and enhancing internal and external communication models built on a foundation of accountability, trust, and transparency. Although we're proposing many unique and creative changes, the police department's structural budget requests for FY23 are cost neutral to the general fund, offset by a strategic reorganization that realigns the department budget and operations to address current and anticipated needs and provides a more efficient coordination of police services. To fulfill this vision, significant focus and structure are needed. That's why I'm proposing the creation of a new bureau in our department, the new Collaborative Response and Engagement Bureau, or CRE for short. This bureau will be overseen by our newest deputy chief and focus on goals that enhance collaborative public safety models and build meaningful relationships between the police department and the public. CRE will be responsible for many of the programs and partnerships that currently promote these goals, and the new bureau will consist of two divisions: the Community Outreach Response and Enforcement Division and the Youth and Community Services Division. CRE will prioritize efforts aligned with disrupting primary factors of crime through relationship-based community policing models. To accomplish this, we propose the addition of 20 new police officers, comprised of 16 new bike officers, 4 per patrol division, assigned to divisional areas such as open spaces, parks, and corridors, or any areas in the division with immediate public safety needs. And 4 additional quality of life officers to augment our citywide efforts to address homelessness. These 4 quality of life officers will join our current cadre to form 2 officer teams. Each team will represent a specific patrol division, while also maintaining the ability to work as a single quality of life officer when necessary, or altogether as an entire 8-officer quality of life unit for large citywide operations. All 20 police officers will be able to respond to calls for service and service patrol officers as well. Youth engagement is critical to successful public safety. The department proposes moving the Community Engagement Division under the CRE Bureau and renaming it the Youth and Community Services Division. Additionally, we propose to structurally fund a police cadet program of up to 5 cadets annually. The cadet program will introduce law enforcement careers to young adults and help establish a pathway for future LBPD police officers and civilian employees, all while providing paid work experience to our community's younger demographic. We're proposing additional department adjustments to assist us in supporting community needs and organizational growth while providing fair, just, and ethical policing in our city. We'll accomplish this by expanding the scope of the Internal Affairs Division and renaming it the Professional Standards Division. The division will add a new professional development section with 2 new civilian police investigators. While the Internal Affairs section will continue investigating allegations of misconduct, the Professional Development section will focus on employee development and professional success through reviews of early warning signs and identifying areas for improvement through retraining or counseling. To better reflect the mission of being a data-informed department, we propose reorganizing and renaming the Administration Bureau to the Strategic Initiatives Bureau. Under the Strategic Initiatives Bureau, the Office of Constitutional Policing, OCP, will be expanded from 3 FTEs to 9 FTEs, transferred from other divisions. This increase in OCP staffing will help us broaden their scope to include the manual, orders, and policy section, responsible for ensuring policies are aligned with legal mandates, best practices, and community expectations. Also under strategic initiatives, we're adding 2 administrative aid positions to the Public Records Compliance Division. Their workload has increased by 46% since 2019, and it's expected to continue to increase based on legal mandates. Effective communication shapes both the delivery and perception of services we provide. That's why I'm proposing a communications division which reports directly to the Chief of Police. The communications division will include our current media relations team and executive communications administrator. In order to replenish our ranks, we're currently recruiting candidates for back-to-back-to-back police academies. Class 96 begins on August 29th with 59 recruits. Class 97 is scheduled to begin in the spring of 2023, and we anticipate being ready for a 3rd class sometime in FY24. In addition, we're proposing a new administrative analyst position to focus on expanding inclusion and advancement efforts and to further support labor relations and move new initiatives forward. A clean and professional workspace for our personnel is central to maintaining a workforce that feels respected and valued. This budget proposes increasing the hours of current staff and adds 2 new part-time employees so we can provide evening and weekend custodial services at our facilities that operate 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Finally, responsibility in the Business Operations Bureau has grown significantly and now includes oversight of department fleet and body-worn camera programs. We propose adding a contract and grants officer to provide dedicated oversight and support of department-wide operations. In addition to structural programs funded through our operating budget, I'm grateful to the Mayor and the City Council for the proposed additional investments in public safety, including funds for 2 years of outreach and cleanup along the riverbeds, and additional overtime funds for crime and violence prevention. Additionally, as part of the city's new 5-year infrastructure plan, we're thankful to receive one-time funds necessary to start the rebuild of our police academy, and initial funding for a new crime and evidence lab. The challenges ahead must be met with sufficient resources to manage the rigorous pace of requests and expectations that exist in today's law enforcement environment. We've weathered some of the most dramatic increases in violent crime in a decade, a stream of unfunded legislative mandates with unworkable timelines, and antiquated technology and paper processes that hamper operational efficiencies. This, in addition to an already exhausted, stressed, and disillusioned workforce, exasperate the challenges. But in these challenges, we find opportunity. The ability of our employees to serve through crisis and remain vigilant during difficult times is impressive. Yes, I'm concerned about our capacity for the challenges ahead, but I'm also encouraged by the service and resilience of this department and all those that work here. We look forward to developing new strategies that promote relationship-based policing models, that engage our community, and that build partnerships to reduce crime and improve everyone's quality of life. We're committed to promoting fair and equitable systems in all areas of the department. We'll continue exploring ways to leverage new technology and improve operational efficiencies to help modernize our services. We'll seek new grant opportunities that enhance employee and community training and develop partnerships with research and educational institutions. In closing, I'd like to again express how honored I am to lead the officers and professional staff of the Long Beach Police Department and how appreciative I am for the dedicated service they provide each day. Our department will continue to evolve and move forward, building on our existing strengths and taking advantage of opportunities for growth and renewal. Our priorities around crime and homelessness, employee and community wellness, and open communication will help guide us further into 21st century policing, while also supporting the shared responsibility of public safety in the city of Long Beach. Thank you. Myself and Bureau Chief Jose Murray stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next presentation, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. It's my pleasure to present to you the Department of Parks, Recreation, Marine, and Animal Care Services 2023 proposed budget. The proposed budget will allow our department team members to continue passing forward their passion of bringing joy to all, from infants to older adults and our companion dogs and cats. The department's key services are aligned to implement the department's strategic plan, which was adopted by City Council earlier this year. The strategic plan focuses on park equity, community-identified goals, values, and actions to guide operational, staffing, and budgeting decisions for the department. The department is committed to providing a vibrant park system where everyone is welcome and can thrive. Our dedication is further reinforced by performing maintenance and stewardship for all of our parks, facilities, beaches, and open spaces. We're very proud to further promote responsible pet ownership and the humane treatment of animals in alignment with our Compassion Saves model. Saving every treatable animal that comes into our shelter requires significant resources, and we work hard to provide care for our furry friends. We're fortunate to have the largest municipally run marina system in the nation, and it's our goal to make sure our marine facilities and waterways are fiscally sound in order to repay bond debt and be of excellent quality for the enjoyment of our local boating community. Developing strong partnerships that supplement and complement our award-winning park and recreation programs continues to benefit the community. For example, we've been able to take our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club at Martin Luther King Jr. Park to the next level with an amazing transformation and upgrade to the gym thanks to the support of the Steph Curry Foundation and Under Armour. Another dimension of the project is Snoop Dogg's underwriting of a Marvel comic artist to refresh and enliven the facility's decor. Partnerships can also help fulfill community needs, such as our relationship with Food Finders at Admiral Kidd Park. Nearly 500,000 Long Beach residents benefit each day by services and programs that are offered by our department. 6 million visitors travel to Long Beach each year, many of whom enjoy our nationally acclaimed parks, beaches, and open spaces. The department has the capacity to contribute to the local economy by having events at our facilities, parks, and on our beaches. The scope of how large our department is and the diversity of the amenities and services we offer take a strong, supportive workforce. At the peak of our busy summer season, our department is a local workforce powerhouse employing over 700 staff, many of whom are experiencing their first job ever. We're extremely proud of the many accomplishments this past year, including the completion of our strategic plan. All year, staff collaborated with our partners, provided recruitment and training of our employees, and processed thousands of permits and reservations. Staff also secured 11 park grants totaling over $28 million. Grant funds afford us the opportunity to provide community services, new amenities, and new and improved parks. I'm happy to report that Animal Care Services reached a very high adoption rate of 60% and achieved a live release rate of 92%. Our increased focus on the foster program has resulted in many positive outcomes. This could not be done without our dedicated staff, volunteers, and community partners. As our department eases out of COVID restrictions and we see our programs returning to pre-pandemic levels, we're very proud of these accomplishments. We've implemented violence prevention programs for youth through the Long Beach Recovery Act and provided free in-person programs for youth and seniors, as well as camps when schools are out on break. Once again, we participated in a great partnership with Long Beach Unified School District to offer meals to school-aged children. By the end of this summer, we'll have provided 54,000 meals to youth through the summer food program and an additional 62,000 meals to seniors this year through our senior nutrition program. Our department stretches across the entire city and is able to serve all of our Long Beach communities. As a department, we continue to focus on enhancing park access throughout the city and improving our parks, open spaces, beaches, and marinas. We've been very busy this year with reopening Lincoln Park and Harry Bridges Memorial Park, celebrating 2 new playgrounds at Recreation Park and Colorado Lagoon, as well as a new floating playground at Alamitos Beach. We also introduced beach access mats at Alamitos, Granada, and Mother's Beaches. A big thank you to our collaborative partners at Public Works Department. In the beaches and marinas, we maintained a 94% marina slip occupancy rate and successfully performed the annual beach renourishment. We completed 4,500 maintenance work orders to repair and improve facilities, grounds, and equipment, in addition to upgrading irrigation and the landscape of Daisy Lane and transformative improvements at Sunnyside Cemetery. While we are extremely proud of all our accomplishments this year, we're very excited about the proposed investments for fiscal year 23. The budget proposes to establish the Park Safety Ambassador Program, which adds a second shift team to address park and restroom cleanliness and safety. A team of 6 maintenance assistants and a supervisor will be able to lock gated mini parks and all freestanding restrooms at night at 39 parks. This innovative approach will promote cleaner and safer park restrooms. The proposal reallocates park ranger funds of $575,000 in the police department and incorporates the budget into a larger initiative and approach in the Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department. Our department will establish the Park Safety Ambassador Program that will expand coverage of park facilities and promote cleaner restrooms. The gated mini parks and parks with freestanding restrooms that will be serviced throughout this program are shown on the map. The Park Safety Ambassador Program will offer expanded coverage and maintenance of parks, allowing staff to lock gates and restrooms, making observations regarding overall park etiquette, encampment activity, and the presence of graffiti. To enhance this program, the budget proposes one-time funds of $600,000 for new park restroom infrastructure upgrades and door replacements with automated time locking doors. This investment will further support safe and secure park restrooms. This initiative will involve citywide collaboration with several other departments for the most strategic coordination of resources, safety for staff and residents, and synergy with the citywide collective approach towards addressing public safety. Additionally, new positions will further support the Clean Restroom and Safe Playgrounds initiatives. 4 maintenance assistant positions will be added to support core services in park facilities. Also proposed is additional staffing to monitor park usage and permit compliance to ensure patrons are aware of and adhering to park regulations, such as the recently adopted Kid Zone ordinance. Overall, this plan would take the city from 3.5 FTEs covering 5 parks to 12.3 budgeted positions covering 39 parks and funding for restroom infrastructure upgrades. These strategic investments aim to enhance the cleanliness, safety, and the welcoming quality of our parks. I'm happy to say that the proposed budget includes enhancements and one-time funding for maintenance. Urban forest management will be enhanced with funding of $400,000 to establish a 7-year cycle of tree trimming. The budget also includes a one-time resource of $1.8 million for dead tree removals. In our efforts to address weed abatement in a more environmentally friendly way by eliminating the use of glyphosates in parks, funding to support using alternative herbicides will positively impact the quality of our grounds, maintenance, and landscaping. To keep parks and open space usable and clean, each year we deploy services for special park cleanups to address encampments, illegally dumped items, and other waste. We're happy that one-time funds are proposed to continue and enhance these essential services next year. The proposed budget also includes a structural investment in water for irrigation. This allows us to keep our parks green due to previous water rate increases and increase irrigation levels for healthy park landscapes. These maintenance investments align with our strategic plan and are a critical part of providing safe and accessible public spaces. Other proposed critical investments are in our Animal Care Services Bureau. The proposed budget adds staffing in several critical areas. It adds 4 maintenance assistants to provide increased shelter custodial services. Internal and external customer service will be enhanced through realigned clerical positions and an upgrade of our volunteer leadership position. To advance Compassion Saves, a budget increase of nearly $500,000 for contract veterinary services will support the medical costs needed for animal care services. This investment will help save lives and increase positive outcomes. Our strategic plan highlights the need to offer meaningful recreation programming and events. The Long Beach Recovery Act funding will continue to allow the department to provide violence prevention programs such as Be Safe, Hoops After Dark, Mobile Recess, and other team programs, as well as senior fitness programs. Investments in our aquatic facilities will keep pools open for residents, community groups, and visitors, which can also generate revenue. The budget adds a general maintenance assistant for pool maintenance and one-time resources for pool equipment. With the aging infrastructure of our pools, these strategic investments will greatly benefit our users. We work hard to provide access to healthy recreation opportunities in safe environments for the community's youth, teens, adults, and seniors who use our programs throughout Long Beach. Within the next half decade, over $97 million are proposed to be invested in our parks and recreation facilities. As part of the proposed budget, a new 5-year infrastructure plan includes many park projects such as new playgrounds at Hartwell, Houghton, and Silverado parks, and park improvements at 14th Street, Cesar Chavez, and MacArthur parks, just to name a few. The plan also includes facility improvements at Animal Care Services, several park community centers, and the Martin Luther King Jr. Pool. Other infrastructure projects in the plan will support improvements to greenbelts, park restrooms, and our community gardens. Other projects in the plan include improvements to athletic courts, fields, and turf. We're delighted to have so many park projects included in the new infrastructure plan. Even with many strategic investments next fiscal year, there are still challenges. Deferred maintenance, along with the continuing impact of vandalism and the abuse of our facilities, continue to be challenging. We collaborate with our partners to address the safety, health, and environmental concerns related to people experiencing homelessness in our parks and on our beaches. These challenges must be addressed to enable us to provide core services and safe facilities for our community to enjoy while remaining empathetic towards the unhoused. Keeping our spaces clean and safe takes a lot of resources. With rising costs for equipment, services, and materials, maintenance of our facilities and grounds requires our department to prioritize resources. Given that our services are deployed in parks, beaches, and waterways, environmental sustainability and climate change are serious issues that the department must keep at the forefront of future planning. We are proud stewards of our natural areas that are home to urban wildlife. We continue to consider animal health and well-being as the foundation for all we do at Animal Care Services. It is a challenge to provide every animal daily care and enrichment according to their needs and in alignment with Compassion Saves. Of course, all of our services cannot be provided without people. Our department is a people-driven department. Recruitment and retention of a diverse, dynamic, and skilled workforce is paramount to our service delivery. It can be a balancing act of resources to strategically address critical priorities while looking to the future. I thank the city manager for including in the proposed budget strategic investments which help to address many of these challenges. With challenges do come opportunities. New projects, parks, playgrounds, and equipment provide us with the opportunity to address unmet needs of the community. Community engagement is a cornerstone of park equity in that it helps us learn where and how we can make strategic investments that will benefit our communities. Park stewardship and partnerships continue to prove to be very beneficial for our department. Seeking and successfully obtaining grants helps us to offer scholarships for programs and classes, beautification of our park spaces, and future park development for our great city. New revenue generation can help to offset costs of services. However, we must be cognizant when setting fees to be sure essential park programs are affordable, equitable, and accessible. We'll continue to explore more partnerships, collaborations, and funding opportunities. Our participation in the Lower LA River Recreation and Park District is another opportunity to help promote open space and connectivity for the benefit of our community as well as other communities along the Lower LA River by increasing interjurisdictional coordination and maximizing our resources. Development of master plans provided with community input on its needs and wants. Strategic plans, vision plans, and feasibility studies have all been useful tools to really look at how a park meets the needs of a neighborhood. Parks provide many benefits to the community, such as encouraging physical activity, improving health and fitness, and mitigating against air pollution. We look forward to optimizing these opportunities to create a park system for all. After all, people make parks, parks make Long Beach, and parks make life better. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, I thank you for your continued investment in parks, recreation, marine, and animal care services. Your support helps us meet the needs of the communities across our city. Our dedicated employees and I thank you for your support, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are available to answer questions on any of the presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to our department heads. We'll now take public comment before we go to council deliberation.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 7 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. We'll take in person first, and you'll have 90 seconds.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Natalie Gonzalez, Long Beach City Employees Union President for IAM Local 1930. As you've already heard, we have critical staffing shortages in almost every department and are at risk of no longer being able to provide essential city services. Members are working overtime hours on a mandatory basis in a number of divisions, one of which is under investigation now. Our members have been given more duties and less resources, more stress and less compassion. This continuous and accelerated loss of institutional knowledge impacts our efficiency through low morale and elevated call-outs. We can't continue to place the burden on our backs to subsidize the mission of our city with our mental and physical well-being, our family time, or with our pocketbooks. We hear all the time about the cost of paying employees more, but no one seems to discuss the cost of not paying us proper wages. Simply put, we're asking you to put an cost of living adjustment to your budget for our members. In addition, we're asking you to invest in keeping your current employees now. Recruitment without appropriate retention policies is ineffective. Retention is investing. We spend money on recruiting and training for members to leave, and then we start at zero again. City budgets are the guides we use to invest in the issues we value most. We can talk numbers, we can talk line items in a budget, but we're more than just FTEs on your Excel sheet. So I'm asking you to be bold, take the long view on this budget. I applaud your investment in infrastructure, but remember the people who deliver the work. I know the challenge is never easy, but the cost of inaction is severe, and I am happy to take questions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Natalie Mifflin. I'm a 911 dispatcher on the PD side of DPEC. I have worked for the City of Long Beach for 28 years. Today, myself and my colleagues are here with the story of our department and to ask you for your help. The truth of this story is that we are suffering, and so are the community members calling 911. We've been chronically understaffed for as long as anyone can remember, and these shortages have become critical threats to our communications infrastructure. Currently, our members are working over 2,200 hours of overtime, mandatory overtime, in a month. So far this year, which has only been 7 months, our members have worked more than 24,407 hours of mandatory overtime. That is a lot. We are public safety. The consequence of error in our position is very high. It is a high stress, high trauma job. It leads to burnout and psychological harm even at the best of times. With these chronically extended hours, this job has become a danger to our bodies. 15 of our 31 employees on the PD side of communications have some level of medical restrictions, some of which are severe. That restrict them from working overtime. Every time another member has to go on a restriction, those of us who are not on one can find ourselves working 3 to 4 16-hour days in a row. One of our members recently worked 88 hours in 1 week. That kind of hours and working conditions are not sustainable. We know that all of our brothers and sisters throughout the city are experiencing similar shortages, and we stand in solidarity with them for a cost of living adjustment. But we are also asking that the council take a real look at how our emergency communications are being operated and funded.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Diana Balajos. I'm a city employee of DPEC and an IAM member. We're here to support our colleagues and to ask for your support as well. I was hired in November of 2012 as part of the city's first attempt to consolidate both call centers. We were understaffed then, and we were understaffed now. We went from working 18-hour mandatories to 16-hour mandatories. Aside from working the weekly 16 to 24 hours of overtime, my center also suffers from having to work on our days off. We're understaffed, underpaid, and overworked. It's now at a point where we are terrified to get behind the wheel to drive home after our shifts. Some even elect to sleep in the dorms because it gives us more sleep. We go our work week without seeing our families, having to pay for extra childcare and meals for ourselves and families. And yet, even with the overtime, we're still not meeting the state requirements. California requires that 95% of all 911 calls be answered within 15 seconds. However, we're falling short of that and sit at a rate of just about 77% for 2022. Approximately 4% of our 7,000 calls this year are held for over a minute before you reach help. I personally had my wife call 911 yesterday and wait about a minute before she reached a dispatcher while I helped a man keep from getting stabbed by a woman armed with a 12-inch kitchen knife. This is a terrifying reality for residents such as myself. We stay committed to serving the constituents of Long Beach. However, our pleas for help have been continuously ignored by city management. It has now become detrimental to our health and those experiencing an emergency in our city. We ask for you to make us a priority immediately, not only for our health, but for our community as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michelle Salas. I've been with Long Beach for 3 years as a dispatcher. My experience as a dispatcher has impacted me in different ways, including becoming hypervigilant. I came in right before the height of the pandemic and civil unrest. Watching the victims' faces on media, hearing the callers screaming at the top of their lungs, or a victim gasping for air after an injury are all types of stressors that we deal with. A variety of us constantly work 14 to 16-hour shifts. Eating our lunches on our breaks on our desk to take calls is more frequent option rather than leaving our desk. At this point, I have just defaulted to telling my friends and family that I would most likely not be able to make an event or a simple dinner due to being held for overtime. The stress has affected my body as well, causing my hair to fall and causing me inability to bear children due to high levels of adrenal and cortisol levels. My hands and wrists hurt from all the call entries, typing quickly so I can take the next caller. The calls are constant with little time in between. This is a disservice to the Long Beach community. We have 31 dispatchers now, including myself. That's one dispatcher per 14,711 people in Long Beach. It's not just our job, it's our livelihood too. There's dispatchers that have families and children to take care of, along with others that take care of older disabled adults. With the increasing costs and inflation, the quality of our livelihoods outside of work also declines. My request is that you please take care of us the way we take care of the community and compensate us to equate the demands of this profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members and staff. My name is Michael Gibelli. I'm a resident of Lakewood. I've been employed with the Long Beach Police Department for over 24 years. In those years, I've seen many changes. We are short-staffed and overworked. Though I enjoy my job, law enforcement has changed. The stress of being overworked and underpaid is then placed upon my family after working my regular hours plus overtime due to staff shortages. No one wants to work with us long-term because people get burned out and because of the monetary pay is not enough. According to the Out of Reach report from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition dated July of 22, the average Californian in LA County needs to earn a wage of $39.31 per hour, and in Orange County it's $44.69 an hour. According to the city's salary schedule, the website of today's SSO3's top step pay is $30.79 an hour, and SO4 top pay is $35.85 an hour. With current housing, fuel costs, etc., the ability to make ends meet is difficult on the current salary, especially being a parent of three, one in elementary school, one in high school, and one who just turned 21, but is not able to move on his own due to high cost. I'm sure I'm not alone in this situation. Please consider a cost of living pay increase as soon as possible to aid with the continued rising costs in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeanette Mowry, and I work for Long Beach Police Department as a Marine Patrol officer. I've been with the city for 23 years. To be an SSO, Special Service Officer for Marine Patrol, you are required to complete a laws of arrest and firearms course to be able to enforce the laws. Marine Patrol definition is we enforce laws in the marinas and beach areas. We provide services for the boat owners in our marinas that pay for slip fees. The laws, ordinance, rules, and regulations that we enforce are California Harbors and Navigation Code sections, California Code of Regulation Title 13 and 14, California Vehicle Code sections, Long Beach Municipal Code sections, California Penal Code sections, and California Code of Federal Regulations. Our starting pay at step 1 is $21.79, and our highest pay rate at step 7 is $29.44. You reach the highest pay after working for approximately 5 years. I have worked for the city for 23 years and have reached my highest pay, making $30.78 for the past 15 years. I have been an acting supervisor for this deployment and get a higher class pay of $1 for taking on the responsibilities of a supervisor. I would normally make at least $3 more if the position was open. We are down 6 officers and a supervisor as of today. In the next few months, it will be 8 officers. Inflation and cost of living is at 10% higher than what our salary is today, meaning that we make 10% lower than what our cost of living is. We can't afford to live in this city.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, sirs and ladies. My name is Judith Pochai Blake. I also work for Long Beach PD Marine Patrol Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Marine Patrol officers cover Alamitos Bay Marina, Shoreline Marina, Rainbow Harbor, the lunch ramps. Currently, we permitted to assist police officers on the beach areas. We also have to staff special events. We are currently understaffed by 6 officers and 1 supervisor. Our officers work 20 to 40 hours overtime every week. We are absolutely overworked and underpaid. Our officers, top pay at their step 7 that they reach after 5 years working on the field maxes out at $29.44. We hire recruits, try to hire recruits from the police academy who fail out. Their starting pay is $36.65. Our officers who have been on the field for 5 years, they have to train these police recruits who are coming in at higher pay than our top pay for our officers. We have officers who have quit the field training program because they don't feel that this is fair, that they have to train officers, future officers, for significantly less money than what they earn. We have responded in the month of April and May, which aren't our...
Thank you.
Just one more thing, if I may. When the city, under the pandemic, needed extra funding, the city asked our officers to furlough our time and help to save labor costs. we did that. And now our officers and our employees of
Thank
the
you.
city are asking the city to do the
Thank
same
you.
for us. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Tatiana Williams. I am the president of Olive Court HOA, and I have a lot on my heart just from hearing the public comments before me. And with that, I will work with my councilwoman on many of the other ideas that I have. I'd like to thank you to the officers and to the Parks and Rec that spoke. I've used all of your services. I appreciate everything that I heard today and everything going forward. The one comment that I would like to make, especially for the fire department and for the police department, is we can recruit, we can graduate, we can train officers and firefighters, and that is a big investment emotionally and financially. If there's not opportunity, if there's not a sense of belonging, that work is for naught. So I would ask you today, please, when you recruit people with brown skin like me, when you recruit women, please also make sure that there's opportunity and that there is a sense of belonging. Because when those people go out and they put their very lives on the line and then they feel like you don't belong, put your life on the line, but you don't belong, it does something to them. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. That is a quote by Frederick Douglass. It's something I always am reminded of when it's the budget season because I'm always thinking about the children. I'm an advocate of children because I was a child once, and so I know how this works, the cycle of life. With respect to today, I'm here to advocate for the department that makes the most sense in terms of trajectory of my life, which is Parks and Recs. I think that we have a phenomenal director. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't a real big fan of the last one, but I think the one we have today, he's doing a great job, and I think for him to do an even better job, he's going to need more money. This is a surplus year. This is a historic year. There's never been this much money floating around. Shout out to Gavin, and I think that right now we need to dedicate some of that money towards our park spaces. There's a lot of disinvestment over the years throughout various parts of the city. I can only advocate for my part of the city. I grew up at Kings Park. We have right now $1.8 million dedicated towards the implementation program. I think the director would agree. We need more money. We need about $3.5 million. So let's get that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Karen Rayside. I'm the president of the Long Beach Gray Panthers, and we're in sympathy with the employees. I am always impressed by the extent of caring and knowledge that our city employees put forth. They are not always treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. That's why we're losing some really key people within our city. And I'd like to see that changed. But I want to talk about seniors because nobody hardly did in their presentation. Brent mentioned a couple of things. We're not using all our resources. When we have tight budgets, we can't afford to waste resources. Seniors are a huge resource that's untapped in our community. In training, in employees, I've had seniors tell me that the paramedics come to pick them up and they're discussing how hard they should try and revive them. They need to be trained on how to deal with seniors. That's just not appropriate to talk to seniors like that. Police. I have so many issues in my building. I talked to HUD. The prostitution is a problem in all the HUD buildings, not just mine. So it's something the police department needs to begin to deal with. Drugs. We have people that are addicted. They try and come in and steal people's medication. The buildings are not secured. They're not safe. So let's look. And
Thank you. Your time is concluded.
Parks. We need the senior strategic plan done. I think
Thank
we're
you.
worth more than the animals.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lee Charlie, District 1. I just heard the really nice presentation, and I want to say thank you. I read the statistics, and I want to say that just in my district, at 9 p.m. this Saturday, a woman was shot in the upper body. So crime is still very relevant and very important in our parks, especially Drake Park. But I want to talk about two things. First of all, the money, $2.4 million to clean up the riverbeds, over $3 million to clean up encampments. Can y'all maybe look at solving and addressing the issue of housing and getting these unhoused people jobs and stop spending millions and millions of dollars? Second thing is these time lock doors. I'm a homeless advocate. Just today, these doors that the parks are, these time locks, they're magnets. And I'm going to tell you that at Cesar Chavez Park, they don't tell the people when these locks are the time's gonna go off. They're magnets, and almost every day a homeless person is locked in the bathrooms and can't get back out until the morning. So they're vandalizing and sawing off these doors, and that's a waste of money. So please reinvest and re-look at these time lock doors to restrooms, because I'm gonna tell you, the more money you spent, the more homeless people we're gonna saw those off. It's gonna be an endless cycle of waste of money. And please, please, please stop wasting money on doing homeless work as encampment sweeps. You move a homeless person from there to there, $2.4 million. Why don't we stop and address that issue of homelessness instead of spending millions to just move them around? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lori Logan, and I live in the Washington neighborhood, which is in District 1. And I noticed you bundled 3 budgets to 1 minute and 3 seconds, which means that you're really not looking for much community input. So I'm forced to bundle my comments. So I can basically say the police and the park in our community, they both suck. The West Division, they harassed and they ticket us if we complain, and there's no community engagement. They're not even doing meetings. And they basically people feel unsafe to leave their houses. So clearly, we can't go to a park. Now that leads into the park. I made calls to the director to improve the 14th Street Park, and he doesn't return calls or emails. He's very non-responsive. The park, too, needs to engage the community and not use nonprofits to speak for us, because that's the problem, that they're speaking for us. So that's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I wanted to talk about, I spoke last week about the over-policing of our Long Beach community, and I want to speak on that today, especially it was a part of the budget today. I find it interesting that both the mayor and the city manager mentioned last week that they were referring to the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Report, and that very report talked about that the city of Long Beach, the number 2 reason that people believed they were experiencing racism was through police profiling. In addition to that, in that same report, it was found that the top reason or the top response to helping our community was to reduce police funding and instead invest in community and social services. That very same report also stated that they were looking for police officers to explore higher standards of education and also look at methods of exploring anti-racism and also racial sensitivity, yet none of that was referenced in the budget meeting today. I know there was a lot about professional development and nice social media posts and a nice mobile cart for community events, but there is no commitment to anti-racism. There's no commitment to acknowledging that Black lives do matter in the city of Long Beach. And if that makes the police department uncomfortable or city council members, then that's a real problem that really needs to be acknowledged, not just in the police department, but in the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. About this budget here.
I can commend the fire department and all the things that they're going to. I agree too that the police budget needs to be stripped because they only make up 2% of our community, yet they get 50% or more of the general funds. And that really doesn't make any sense because, like I said, they only make up 1 or 2% of the community. They only stop 1% of violent crimes, rapes, murders, so on and so forth. The other 50% of the time, they're non-violent crimes, and 15% of that time is actually even writing reports. So what are they really doing besides hassling, intimidating people, and dragging people out of their homes because they're living on the riverbed, living on the street because we don't have enough affordable housing? I spoke last week again about building houses. There are not enough units available until the city comes to terms with the fact that the reason why we have crime, drugs, if people want to talk about those things, is because we're failing people at a level and not giving them, taking care of their basic human needs. How about even a toilet? The bathrooms being locked where people are being locked in and or they're happy to defecate and urinate on the street. Come on, police budget, cut it. Fire department, give them something. Parks and recs, yeah, do that thing too. But in the meantime, in between time, y'all need to get straight with this. What was that? The housing envelopment law that was established in 1969, when it made it mandated for the cities to provide housing for all of their community residents. Where are y'all in that curveball there? Where's the budget on that? Where is the
Your
general
time is
report
up.
for that?
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rodolfo Cortez. So first of all, on this item of the budget, I really wish that actually the mayor was here to listen to the community's concerns. Because, I mean, a mayor has so much, okay, he doesn't vote, but he does, sign and kind of serves as the voice of the city. So why is it, we're hearing about all sorts of concerns about the budget, and he's not here to listen. And then I especially want to bring this up right now because I was censored on social media by the mayor for talking about this, for talking about the budget, for talking about how he's using money here in Long Beach and how he wants to use money, how he wants to get to D.C. So I'm very concerned about that. Because, like, look at all of these numbers. Like, people, you guys are bringing up, oh, there's the fires on the highway and next to the river. So you're implicitly, obviously, blaming the unhoused people, right? So that's what you're doing. You're attacking those who are suffering under the system, and that's just egregious. What we actually need is major investment in the community, in housing, in education. And why are we not talking about that again? Why is he not here to talk about how he's going to deliver for these things for us in Congress? Why, why is that? Come on, we need housing that's truly affordable. We need education that's truly affordable. And we need to stop being censored on social media from the mayor's office. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tiffany, and I proudly served the city of Long Beach as a fire dispatcher for 24 years. For 22 of those years, I have been a supervisor and a trainer. We not only train, but we develop leaders in dispatch. It's frustrating when you watch other dispatchers leave, and they leave with our training model. They leave with our leadership skills, and then they go to work for departments that consistently pay more and work less mandatory overtime. It's very hard to watch that. We need a competitive salary to not only attract entry-level dispatchers, but we need it to keep the seasoned dispatchers we have happy at their current jobs and to serve the city of Long Beach. It's just a vicious cycle of retraining, and then that leads to burnout, low morale, and loss of more employees. Our staffing has been critically low for too long. There are times that I've been so exhausted after working long weeks that I didn't remember driving home, and that's hard to admit. A competitive salary It keeps staffing up. It means more family time. And I'm not talking, I'm going home to my family. I have enough time to sleep, shower, maybe eat, but quality family time for the dispatchers. I'm a single parent of a disabled child. It's very
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Honorable Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Devin Ablard. I'm a business representative for the Long Beach City Employees, IAM 1930. You've heard a lot of stories here today from city employees. I think it's the first time any of you have seen this many city employees come down to City Council. They're here talking about their issues because they're very serious and they're very important. And not just for them, but to continue giving the services that the community needs and to make them more robust than they've been, right? I'd like to address a few things for staff that wasn't able to make it, for positions that weren't able to be here. In the police department, our admin staff are constantly underfilling positions and doing duties way outside of their responsibilities for way less pay. The park ranger program, I guess, is being cut. We were not notified about this, or they did not discuss this with us. We found out in the budget presentation. That's a missed opportunity to save money and keep security services the same in the city because they cost less than police officers. Animal care services, I really appreciate the investments going their direction. We need a lot more. The animals are suffering, the people are suffering. I invite all of you to come down with me and tour the animal shelter. It's not good. And our ambulance operators, Vice Mayor, you know, it's been rough getting coverage there, right? In the 9th District and places, we need to invest in them. They're making $15 an hour. They're doing the job of paramedics, not just transporting folks. So
thank you. Your
I
time
really
is
hope
up.
that you can do that. And also, really quickly, I do support our groups over here going for the $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gleason. I live on Cherry Avenue in the 6th District. I was disappointed in the police budget before, and it's really disappointing now to know that 40% of our city budget is not even getting to the front lines and the dispatchers who run the department. So you would benefit by focusing on crime prevention, and to prevent crime, you should expand investment into the root causes of crime, which are poverty, pollution, lack of education, high unemployment, discrimination of all kinds. Social inequities and lack of opportunities cause crime, but police don't prevent it. They respond to it. They investigate it. Sometimes they solve it. It's really frustrating to hear the police budget expand year after year, and once again, it's not reaching the people who are kind of responding. So when crime is up, police tell us they need more money to fight it. When crime is down, they tell us they need more money to keep the peace. But then we see spending on tear gas, and we see spending on armored vehicles and helicopters and lots of things that are buzzy and exciting, but obviously neglecting the people. So I encourage you to think about that and really focus on root causes. I know you all know this. You know the root causes of violence. You know what the good departments are: health departments, education, youth, parks. Create opportunity with this budget. Don't just chase the ambulance. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dave Shukla, 3rd District resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the presentations. I'd like to reiterate a question that I asked the Budget Oversight Committee during its presentations earlier today on revenue sources, specifically since the price per barrel of oil is considerably higher than was budgeted for fiscal year 22. Exactly how much surplus is there? You know, if it's averaging $90 per barrel when it had been budgeted for 55, back of the envelope estimates is that that's a yearly surplus of about $200 million. It would be helpful to know how much of that is already being allocated for which departments and which programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelson Grande. I am a resident in District 1. I wasn't going to come up here today. This is my first time in the City Council meeting, and I'm extremely impressed by the engagement from the public. Normally, I've been in different meetings, and very few people are out in the audience, so I'm very, very encouraged by that. Having said that, I appreciate the council putting this meeting here forth, and I appreciate putting the budget forward. Now, what I'm seeing, however, is I believe there seems to be some sort of a disconnect between the folks, as the gentleman mentioned a couple before me, the folks in the trenches. So I'm asking if possibly some of the employees, city employees, were considered when this budget, when some of these budgets were authored. If there was maybe a poll, how can we as people on the trenches do a better job, or how can we better be used? How can we better use our skills, and of course compensation if need be. There's a lot of beautiful, trendy, beautiful feel-good bullet points of some of these budgets, but I don't think anything was mentioned as far as like what they're doing to take care of their current employees. I think it's important before setting up a budget and putting it forth, it would be good to poll the audience, or rather the public, including the city employees. And lastly, I would really like to use this to segue into a larger point in stating that we should really importantly bring back the representative government. The gentleman in front of me, Vice Chair, with all due respect, sir, you're stretching and you're moving around.
Thank you.
Folks
Your
are
time
talking
is
really,
up, sir.
really deep about their problems.
Thank you.
And I think that's a little disrespectful, but with all due respect, thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment online?
We have 2 members in Zoom. Anna Christensen, your time begins now.
Okay. I wanted to comment. I was Googling salaries. 50 city employees make over $200,000 a year. I think we ought to create a system where there's the highest paid city employee cannot make more than a certain amount of times more than the lowest paid, and have some trickle down of the city money to employees. I would like to comment on the park budget and a good presentation from our park director. As usual, I'm alarmed about tree trimming. Apparently now there is going to be a cyclical tree trimming in parks, and I would only ask that it not be done during nesting season, and that trees, especially palm trees, not be trimmed annually, so that we can provide nesting sites for birds and roosting sites as well. I would point out that you can save money by doing less, and a great place to do less is in our parks. They don't need to be mowed. They don't need to be edged, as we watch constantly. They don't need leaf blowers in them every second. A leaf could fall, and it would still be okay. Sections of the park could be returned without having bright green lawns, especially not artificial turf, but even the lawns could be restored as natural meadows. So if you and that saves a lot of money, and it saves a lot of water. So that's just one suggestion. And then I am concerned
Thank you.
about
Your
what
time is up.
alternative herbicides.
Our next speaker, Steve Hoy, your time begins now.
Yes, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Steve Hoy. I live in the 3rd District on Marine Stadium. Just wanted to share an incident last Monday that we had at our home, where we had a man climb up our fence in our backyard, threatened to kill us as we were sitting in back. And it was only that our dog saw the man and started barking that he stopped jumping over. And I wanted to just report that it took the police nearly an hour to arrive to our home, and unfortunately the man was never found. He had gone behind the Boathouse Lane building. So our guests were with us for my son's wedding from South Africa. He immediately asked where we hid our gun, which we don't have. He mentioned that the response time was rivaling his third world country policing response times. And just wanted to reiterate the importance that we support our police, both financially and in the work that they do. It's vitally important. And as we hear people talking about defunding police, and all that's really doing is discouraging our officers. I have 3 friends that are officers that are all can't wait to retire because of the environment. So I think we need to get behind them. We can find alternative policing ideas. We can solve root causes that people have talked about, but we have to support our police. So I urge you to do so. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, and we'll take it back behind the rail. First of all, thanks to everyone who came out and spoke during public comment. It was very well attended, and thank you all for your service to our city. And to Chiefs Espino and Hebish and Brent, great job on your presentations. I'll just add a couple notes, then I'll go through the council comments. We have 5-6 council members queued up. On fire, I'll just say, thank you for the accomplishments that you listed. I'm interested in continuing to follow, particularly, this progression to now fully funding or structurally funding the firefighter diversity program. That's a program, that is important, and the council has paid some attention. And remember when we began funding that with one times. So we want to continue to see the progress. Best of luck there. We also want to continue to understand and see progress on the junior lifeguard program, which I know is now connected to North Long Beach and other areas of town. I would say, Chief Hebish, this is your first budget as chief, and I definitely see your fingerprints all over this thing. Some of the things that you mentioned early on when you expressed your interest and you became chief, you talked about better communication, and I see that you've presented a new apparatus around communication. Your passion for community and community engagement. So this new bureau, the Collaborative Response and Engagement, I think that's a good thing, and I want to encourage you to continue to invest and see how we can build trust and congruence and partnership with the community. I love that you now have named the Community Engagement Division the Youth and Community Services Division. I know we used to do things like police athletic leagues and the PAL Center and things like that, and I think this is a step back in that direction, which is great. I think Professional Standards Division states very clearly that you have a goal of being a best-in-class the police department, and that it takes not just investigating when things go wrong, but investing in mental health and professional standards and training as you move forward. So I want to just recognize those things in your budget. Also, just want to note that I'm glad to see the community policing investment. That's something that's been important to the city council. The community walks was something that I witnessed and participated in North Long Beach, and fully support this citywide expansion of this program, along with the quality of life. Onward to Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Brent, I think you're building a lot of respect in the community, and I saw you last night at the Hoops After Dark launch, and you have a true passion for the community. I think that's evident in what we see here. I would say we should continue to invest in, we talk a lot of times during the summer about Be Safe and programs like that, but then sometimes the community comes out and says, that's great, but we also want this, right? And I think it's been very, very clear that Hoops After Dark is a program that needs the city's focus, its ongoing focus. So we want to continue to support that program and see how we can expand it to other groups across town. So I'd love to see some Hoops After Dark on the west side or in North Long Beach. So it's a great program. But I think the highlight in this budget is the focus on clean restrooms and safe playgrounds. This is something that I can tell you is a challenge. The fact that we don't have the ability today to lock our bathrooms at night. Sometimes, since we can't, there have been situations since we couldn't lock them, they just stayed locked all day while people are using the park during the day. And I don't think that's okay. And we invest in our restrooms, and it seems like 2 months, 3 months later, they're back in bad shape. So I think it's going to be smarter for us to be able to invest in keeping our bathrooms clean and safe, and our playgrounds as well. So I just offered those brief comments. I'll, if I have further questions, I'll be sure to follow up with you in our briefings. We're going to go through the council list. I'm going to read off the list first. I have Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilmember Uranga, Councilmember Price, Councilmember Austin, then Councilmember Mungo in that order. So Councilwoman Sorrow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Richardson. I also want to thank Fire Chief Espino and Chief Hebish and Mr. Brent Dennis for the great presentation. I know that there's so much more in your budget than you could possibly present in the short frame of time that you have. So I encourage those who felt like it wasn't enough as far as an opportunity to have dialogue to come out to our community budget meeting that's going to be this Thursday, August 11th, as well as next week and the following week. There is a lot, and I just want to just start out by saying how much I appreciate seeing the investment in infrastructure for our fire department around equipment, as well as making sure that we invest more in diverse recruitment. It's really important, and I know that the fire department's been working hard on making sure it's diverse in gender, racial, and ethnicity as well. And the other thing I want to also congratulate Chief Hebish on his 6 months. I think it's about 6-7 months that he's been chief. And I think that it really shows that you are being creative with the budget we have. I agree with the Vice Mayor that it's important we see investment in community policing because it is about engagement and building relationship with the community. But I think more so that you're kind of switching up restructuring in so many ways that's really emphasizing around the thing I know we've had ongoing discussion about around transparency, accountability, and that shows because you're making huge investments in communication because that reduces that increases in transparency by sharing more about what's happening on a regular basis, not just social media, but newsletter and emails, and also getting boots on the ground and our police officer out in the community to build the relationship and to get to know the beats and the community, as well as our businesses too. And also making sure that officers are reflective of those who are the community that they're walking in as well. So I really appreciate the creativity that's being taken around how you're doing engagement, and I see that and I appreciate it because that's some of the stuff that I know that has been asked for. The other thing I want to note is that, we've come a long way in thinking we were going to go into a $36 million deficit to now closing that. And so I do appreciate all of our city staff figuring out how to make sure we continue to provide the services we do, but also make sure we consider how we appreciate staff at all levels for their service and the work that they put in, especially as we continue to recover from the pandemic. And just want to make sure to comment around Parks, Recs, Marines, and Animal Services, how much that is also part of our public safety continuum because it is part of our violence prevention based on the Hoops After Dark program that was just mentioned by the Vice Mayor, as well as many other services and program to making sure we activate our parks, to making sure that we get young people and our elders out into the park doing programming. And I hope that, the investment plan that's been shared is really making sure that we continue to get people to come out and be in our parks, keeping it clean. I'm just really proud of how much that's going to be invested in improving MacArthur Park, thanks to Senator Lena Gonzalez, as well as making sure we create a vision plan, build a dream for King Park, this coming very soon, and where we want to hear back and how we can make this place, the park, better, that will work for everyone. Getting the funding we need to finally finish building the Killing Field Memorial Garden with the Cambodian Veteran Memorial Monument, to making sure there's a place for Cambodians to remember the genocide and honor those who have passed. So there's just so much to this budget that I think is about adding to values and adding to people's lives and adding to culture, and also making sure that we connect more in person than we do online. And that's what our parks do for us as well. So there's much more to definitely say about the budget, but I just want to thank staff for all your hard work and day in and day out, all of our city staff. You really do make our city run and definitely make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I want to thank also staff for the great presentations they brought forward today. A lot of information in there, and I think it really shows that they're listening. You're listening. You're listening to the comments that the city council members have made. I know we meet on a regular basis, talking about what our vision is and what our needs are and what we see or what we would like to see from each department in terms of their services and the infrastructure and the hiring and one of the things that came out tonight in terms of the public comment, it was a recurring theme, and the recurring theme was about retention. And it's something that is very important, obviously, to our employees, and I hear it as well from the unions themselves, police included, how they feel stressed, how they feel not saying undesired. What's the word I'm looking for? Unwelcomed. Okay, that'll work. But the point is that I think nothing says about retention than salaries, and I think we might want to look at. And I guess this would be directed more to the city manager and to our HR director in terms of when was the last time that we did a compensation study for our salaries in the city, because I know we continually, it seems like year in, year out, we're at the lower part of the median as opposed to being at the median in salaries. And we can't, I mean, a city our size with all the resources that we got, with everything that we got going for us, which is great because we're a great city, we're still, either at the median or below in our salaries that we pay our employees. And I think that we need to finally address that somehow in the next, I'm not saying next negotiations because that's not something that we could do right away, but obviously start looking at how we can raise our level of quality of our salaries so we could get more retention. People just want to work with us. I mean, I've seen, and I heard it today, employees who've worked for, 15, 20, 30 years for the city, and yet, they're capped out, but they continue to work with us. And there are, of course, others who left us because there's no growth there for them. So I think we really have to start looking more seriously at how we can provide better retention services, if you will, for our employees. And of course, salaries is a big part of that. I mean, you feel good when you're going to work and you're getting a nice paycheck, where you could go back home and entertain your kids or buy them a nice dinner. So I think we need to look at that again in regards to a compensation study. Perhaps, Mr. Molka, you might want to look at that. When was the last time we did one? Do you recall?
So as we did negotiations, our contract with IAM, I believe, was in around 2018. We did some preparation as part of that. If you remember in closed session, we talk a little bit about where we are in terms of the marketplace. We're currently in a long-term agreement. We just did I think a 2% increase just last year. We've got a 2% increase for our IAM staff coming up in September. And then there's another 1% increase coming up in April of 2023. And then the contract ends after that, and there'll be a chance to look at some additional negotiation. But we can get you the specific information on compensation study. I believe that does, if it's any different than what I told you.
Yeah, well, I think that, we should do one of those studies every 5 years or so, since our economy changes so much and it's in flux, that we need to keep up with what's going out there in the real world in regards to how far a person's salary can go in terms of their quality of life. But other than that, I love the presentation from Parks, from Police, and Fire, all the great things that they're doing out there in terms of retention. Let me rephrase that: recruitment, and partly retention. But I mean, we still need a lot more to do. And obviously, we're making some gains. Some of the restructuring and reorganization that's going on in all three departments in regards to answering the call for needs that the residents want to see is great. And so looking forward to further discussions with the budget. This is just a first review at it, if you will. I know there's going to be some deeper, more in-depth discussions about more specifics as we go with the studies that each department has. So looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So a couple of things. I'll start in the order that we did our presentations tonight. So for fire, I wanted to talk to the chief a little bit about the increase in activity in Alamitos Bay, we are getting more and more calls for service in Alamitos Bay. And this is mostly a lifeguard response issue, but also a Marine Patrol issue. So I wanted to talk to the chief and perhaps the PRM director on how this budget reflects the increase in boating activity in the Bay. I know that may not be an issue that affects everyone, but it certainly is an issue that affects a lot of residents and renters who maybe don't have the money to have their own boat, which is most everyone. So they're doing a lot of the Duffy rental businesses. And so that conflict has really come to fruition in a big way in Alamitos Bay. And I kind of want to get a sense from the chief and perhaps even Director Dennis, how does your budget reflect that increase in activity? Because I really didn't see that reflected in the proposed budget.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for your question. In regards to our budget currently, I can tell you that we have currently hired up a security company to help us out there in Alamitos Bay, specifically with the Weebit and the activity that we're getting after dark. Chief Medina actually came up with the idea, and I think it's a fantastic idea to get somebody to dissuade those folks from being out there, but it is a team approach. Those security guards are only meant to identify folks that aren't supposed to be there when they're there, and then we notify PD. They come in and they assist us as well. Going forward, we're going to have to look at that in the upcoming budget. We have budgeted for additional lifeguards, which is going to help us, but it may be that we're going to have to just change the way we do things in the evenings.
Okay, so I'm not talking specifically about the Wibbit. By the way, we've shopped it around, and we understand that the correct pronunciation is Wibbit, although we keep calling it the Weebit. I don't know, but we and our team, we call it the Wibbit. So the Wibbit is one factor, and I think Chief Medina has done a really great job with the innovative ideas of how to control some of the evening activity. But what I'm talking about is the increase in activity in the Bay. I think we're putting a lot of stress on our lifeguards with the activity in the Bay, and I don't know that we really do not have the support that we need for our lifeguards on the Bay. There's bridge jumping going on. There's a lot of activity with the boat rental companies going on. And Chief Medina has been unbelievably amazing to me as a partner in trying to figure out how to increase the lifeguard presence there. But, you know, he can't do it alone. So how does the budget support him?
So at the current time, we haven't specifically addressed that with our budget. Chief Medina is doing everything that he can with his the current lifeguards that he has. They've increased the patrolling, and we're going to continue to do that and look at next year and see how we can increase those numbers even further. But there's nothing concrete right now.
Okay, I get that, Chief Espino, I get that, I understand that, but perhaps this message is for the city manager. You know, oil is trading at way over the budgeted $55 a barrel that we have. We've been talking a lot about the Tidelands budget. I fully expect that we will be listening to the community on these issues and considering the changes that we've seen in activity along the coastline and the Bay. And, you know, I can tell you, and I so appreciate Chief Espino and the limitations that are placed upon him. And I know he's probably not going to say this in the way that it needs to be said, but we need more resources to go to our lifeguard division. We have people now, we've got the Wibbit in Alamitos Beach. We've got the Wibbit in Alamitos Bay. We've got increased activity in the Bay with boat rentals. And we absolutely need some more resources to our lifeguards. We just simply cannot continue to do it with the resources that we've had in the past, because I think everyone will agree that COVID was a game changer in terms of recreational activities throughout the city, but especially along the coastline, which is a good thing. I think Councilman Uranga would applaud the fact that people are using the coastal amenities more so than ever before, and that's a good thing. And we want to make sure that every resident in the city has access to the coast. But in order for us to be able to accommodate that increased use, we need to have more support for our Marine Bureau, so a Marine Safety Division. So Chief Espino, you don't have to say it because I know it puts you in a difficult position, but I'm sharing with the city manager that we absolutely need more resources for our Marine Safety Division in the fire department. And I'm hoping that the city manager can take a look at that and see what we can do to augment those resources in terms of innovative proposals to the chair of the BOC for ways that we can augment that budget. So thank you, Chief Espino, but I think Chief Medina will tell you that he gets probably more calls for service and more community meetings than he probably even shares with you.
Councilwoman, your time is up.
It's really a lot for one person to handle.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I want to move on to fire, and I want to move on to police, and I want to thank
Councilwoman, your time
Chief
is up.
Hebish. Chief, you are.
Councilwoman,
Yes.
your time is up.
Wow. Okay, I'll requeue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Austin?
Yes, thank you so much. I want to just say thank you to all three departments who gave presentations today. I'll just try to, highlight a couple of things that I heard. I have a few questions. Hopefully we can get everything in within 5 minutes. If not, I'll requeue. I'll go in order and start with the fire department. Obviously, our fire department is top notch. I want to thank you all for your great work, Chief, and your department. There were a few things that I wanted to just get some clarification on. You requested a position for to do administrative investigations. I would love for you to follow up on that, explaining more about the functionality of the position and why, in terms of administrative investigations, what type of investigations will they be doing administratively, internal, external? Just curious about that. And then the issue of diversity recruiter baking in a full-time position. I think obviously we want more diversity in our fire department and throughout our city, in every department, by the way. I would love to know the results of the diversity recruitment over the past couple of years since we've had this position in place. There will be, if you could put forth a memo to the council to show how our diversity has improved during this period of time, that would be greatly appreciated. But I'll let you respond to the administrative investigation question about that position.
And Councilmember, if I can ask a clarifying question, was that specific on fire or other departments?
That was a fire position in the fire presentation. I was writing notes really quickly.
Understood. Got it.
Councilman Austin.
There was an ask for an administrative position to do administrative investigations.
Yes, thank you for the question. Specifically right now, our admin officer is conducting all of the administrative investigations. Quite a lot of paperwork, quite a lot of bandwidth is needed for that. So we looked at the fact that we have investigations that are both internal and external. We found it to be very, very important for our department that we were able to get through these, expedite getting through the investigations, do a good job with the investigations. So we asked for an additional position to help out with the investigation process and also to help out with the PRA process. We've, as I stated, we're receiving 1,400 PRAs per year. And so the only way that we're covering those PRAs now is with overtime throughout our department with other civilian staff. And so now having a dedicated administrative assignment for that person, it's going to help us out quite a bit down the road. With your other question.
Thank you for that clarification. And also had questions, and you may not have to respond to that tonight, but please provide the council with some sort of data or information in a memo to highlight the diversity achievements in recruiting in the department over the last couple of years since we've funded this position. And so I'll move on to PD. I want to just say to Chief Hebish, your first budget, I want to just salute and say it was an excellent presentation. It was encouraging to hear, and I applaud the creative reorganization and thought that you put into the department, and really addressing and listening to the needs of the city today. Much of what we see in this budget and what you're trying to do with the department, attempting to do with the department, is in response to a lot of what you've heard from the community, but also the council. I think it really, what we're doing today meets the moment in many respects. I believe that models, should change, particularly in government, police department, and every department. I mean, if we can tweak our models to make them more efficient and more responsive to our public, we're doing the right thing. And so I'm encouraged by what you're attempting to do with this budget, your proposal. Obviously, I have some questions. I want to go into some detail at some point, and we can probably do that during the POC. But it is encouraging to see this focus on better communications and wellness internally and externally, thinking about the community, but also the officers, and obviously crime, and you mentioned homelessness as well. I will put on your something to think about, and that I'd like to see accomplished, and that no chief has been able to do in my 10 years on the city council, and that is to open our North Police Station, right? Or North Division Station, and basically maybe all of the stations, to make them more serving to the community.
Councilman Alston, your time is up. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna finish. Let me finish my point.
Thank you.
I think in doing so, we would go a long way to better engage our community and improve accessibility to public safety officials. And so I'll get to Parks and Rec. Can't wait to talk to you guys. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, and I couldn't agree more. Councilmember Mungo.
Thank you so much. What excellent presentations tonight. Having been on the city council for 8 years, I know that there are things that come up year after year and changes that we make, and some of them are minor. This year, I feel like I see major changes in the right direction, and I'm really, really, really impressed with the work that you guys are doing. First and foremost, I look through the budget book and I see the policies are at the front, like we as a budget committee discussed, and how important that is for all of us to be reminded of the policies that we adhere to as a council that we all agreed upon. Next, I really want to applaud fire. There are lots of questions that I've asked year after year related to grants, related to percentages, related to opportunities. And I feel like every single one of those questions was answered in your presentation tonight. I think that the community has asked the same questions over and over again. And I think that all of them are answered in advance this year. And so I think that that will be a huge success for us. I want to finish by giving a focus on Parks and Rec. Police, great budget. Thank you for all that you've added. I can definitely see your mark on this, Wally. But with Parks and Rec, what a great budget. To talk about the real big steps that this council has made related to eliminating the herbicides in our parks, making sure we have water to water our parks, and then the park restroom issue. Park restrooms have been something that I have just harped about at year after year after year. We've come up with creativity. I remember when I was first elected, I had a staff member who now works for Culver City PD, and on Saturday mornings, he would do an inventory of what was needed. He would go to Ace Hardware and he would literally buy soap and toilet seats, not toilet seat covers, paper, actual toilet seats that had been stolen the night before, so that our kids who needed to use the bathroom during the day would have something to sit down on. And now for Parks and Rec to take ownership of their parks in a meaningful way is just so great. I want to echo the comments of Councilman Sorrow. I know these are truncated meetings, but our community budget meetings are really where additional information and feedback can be provided so that our city staff hear you. Thank you so much to everyone, and just what a great budget. I'm so proud of the work you guys are doing and the focus on infrastructure and how we're going to see that develop over the next 12-month budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Really appreciate all of the presentations. I was just telling Councilman Urenga, I really especially appreciated his comments. You know, I think we as a council have always been really concerned with workers, whether they're healthcare workers, grocery store workers. That's always really important to us, but we also need to take care of our own. And, we need, as we start these meet and confers, I think that we just need to think about that. This is our city family. And I just feel like even the years when, long time ago when I was a police officer, I always felt like we were one of the most underpaid in the state. And so I just think that we need to look at that and recognize that we've got some work to do there. I also want to recognize all the speakers that came out tonight. I know there were a lot of concerns, and we have some work to do, but I'm committed to listening, to building trust, and to addressing the issues that are important to so many people. Chief Hebish, thank you for your amazing presentation, and I just want to thank all of our officers for all their hard work. And I know it's a tough and demanding job, so thank you, and I really just appreciate all the sacrifices that you make and your families make to protect our city. I also appreciate hearing the departments continues to prioritize building strong relationships with our residents and community, and still addressing crime, homelessness, and also our employee wellness. Those are important things. Also, the fire chief, oh, there you are. Thank you for your presentation as well. Appreciate your work. I know that our response times are really extremely fast, which save lives, and it's great to see that our focus for this year is to continue to improve those response times for all emergencies and minimizing a fire loss. So also like reading about your mental health and wellness initiatives, and also, as you know, many conversations that I've had with you personally, I love to see that you're looking at hiring more police women, and I loved hearing about your the workshop that the Female Firefighter Career Workshop. That's all really good stuff. So thank you for sharing that with everybody publicly. Brent, someone said so many nice things about you. I agree. You're amazing. We're so lucky to have you in our Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department. And it was also wonderful to hear about all your accomplishments throughout the year, from the openings of Lincoln Park to making sure that all of our beaches and marine areas are free of trash, and just maintaining all of our park facilities. It's a lot of work. You've got a lot under your umbrella. So just really appreciate you. And also, I was reading the river debris was removed from the harbor areas, and you were targeting 1,500 tons, and you ended up doing 2,500 tons. That's really incredible work. So appreciate you. I'm also excited about the pilot magnet door program. So I know we've had a lot of issues, especially out at Bixby Park. So I'm excited about that, and let's see if this can solve some of the issues that we're having out there. And I'm also looking forward to seeing all the improvements over at Bixby Park as well. So just appreciate all the department heads. Thank you so much. We're so fortunate to have each and every one of you leading our departments. And then I do have, I know my time's about to be up, but I do have some questions regarding 911 and just some of the issues that were brought up, Mr. Modica. So maybe in the days ahead we can just clarify some of those issues. So thank you very much. Great work, everyone.
Thank you. And just to follow up, we are working on a separate memo on 911 dispatching and just answering some of the questions that we've gotten about the status of that operation, and that should be out fairly shortly. We heard some other input today. We'll be sure to address some of those, make sure the council's got that information.
Thank you. Just to clarify, is the dispatch all in the police department, or don't we have it in disaster preparedness department?
Yes, it's actually not in the police department. All dispatch is in disaster preparedness and emergency communications, which
and are
is
they
headed by
presenting?
Reggie Harrison.
Are they scheduled to present?
Right now they are not, but if that's the request of the council, we can talk about that a little bit as well.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councilmember Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to literally echo everybody's comments. I know that everybody has made some fantastic comments. I thank the three percenters, Chief of Fire Espino, Chief Hepish, and of course Director Dennis for their great presentations. I think it's very important that we as a council take into consideration all the hard work that is being put into all of these budgets, and also take into consideration all of the comments that were made from our audience as well. So thank you everybody who came to speak. I very much appreciate your comments. I know that first of all, Chief Hebish, I'm just so very proud of you and all that you have accomplished in this very short time of being our chief. It's been amazing. I know we've done some incredible work together. It's really great to have a strong partnership with you. I think that also with Parks and Recs, I'm just so thrilled of all the work that that we've been doing together in trying to upkeep our parks and make them a place where our community can enjoy. And I know there's still a lot of work to be done, obviously, but I'm really excited to be working together towards that goal. There's some really exciting things coming our way, and I think that that's very important as well. I just wanted to make sure that I also acknowledge the fact that there are, like, I think it was Councilwoman Allen that mentioned this, that along with Councilmember Uranga, that we are always champions for our workers in the city. Me personally, hero pay was very important to me, but we also got to look inside, in our homes. And it's very important to be able to feel good about what we have in house and how we, compensate all of our employees who help us make the city run as efficiently as possible. And as we all know, this pandemic has hit us hard, and especially within our employees. And I just, want to reiterate to all of our city employees at all levels that you are a priority to us, and that we can. And I think it's very important that we continue doing that, and to continue finding ways to be able to do that. I think it's very important. Also want to say that it's also very important to me that we do see more activities for older adults, not only activities but programs and ways to help our seniors. One, because there are a big group in our city, and also because we're all headed in that direction. So I want to make sure that they also feel supported by us and by this budget. Again, I want to thank all my council colleagues for all their very informative and very wise comments and suggestions. And I absolutely support all of what has been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Price.
Thank you very much. So a lot of great feedback there. I wanted to go to police now. The five, was it, am I correct that the slide that you put up, Chief Hebish, said that 5.4% increase in violent crime? Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, that's correct. 5.4% increase year to date. That is after starting this year with a 17.4% increase in violent crime in January.
Okay, and we're talking about violent crime. How do we define that? Is it pursuant to what qualifies as a strike offense?
No, Councilwoman, it is from the federal UCR data. What Part 1 crime, violent crime is categorized based on those guidelines.
Okay, do you think you can send me an email of those guidelines and we'll make those available for our constituents, because we get asked that question a lot.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about recruitment. You know, I will say I'm in the law enforcement industry, so I talk with police departments all the time. And I know that recruitment is an issue statewide, probably nationally, but I will say it's a little bit more of an issue in Long Beach. When I talk with police officers from other areas, I ask them a lot of times, you know, why don't they apply to Long Beach? And what I hear repeatedly is that, you know, we're not paying competitive salaries for police officers. We're not in terms of what is being paid in the region. And, you know, the level of support for police officers fluctuates depending on politics and things like that. So they don't feel like there's a consistent set of support for them. And I think that's really something we need to focus on as a city and, you know, as elected officials. Like, do we support our police officers or do we not? Because I think it's important for them to feel that, because retention and recruitment is a huge issue. And I think that's a structural issue that we need to think about, not just for this year or next year, but for the years to come. And I think that's something that we just need to have on our frame of mind in terms of how do we recruit the best and the brightest. We can talk all day long and have a lot of rhetoric about what that means, but what does that mean in terms of who we're attracting to actually apply? Chief, I love the creation of the new bureau. And I just want to take a moment, all politics aside. I think everyone here knows that the city budget that was prepared by the city manager, that was submitted to the mayor's office, that no council member was privy to officially on July the 1st, involved your recommendations for this community policing proposal and your recommendations for the bike patrol officers that you referred to as the STOP program. That was your idea, and I think it's really, really important. You don't have to comment on it, but for us to acknowledge that on July the 1st, when this budget was presented to the mayor's office with limited accessibility, your proposal for community policing and bike officers was the proposal that made it into that budget. It is your proposal, and I want to thank you, Chief, for listening to the community and working hard to make sure that your proposal made it into the budget. Those of us watching know that this was your idea, and we're really grateful for it. I want to talk to you a little bit about the professional development section that you're creating. Can you talk a little bit about how the ABLE program, which is something that came forth through the Public Safety Committee when I was chair of the Public Safety Committee, which focuses on bystander liability, fits into that program, and how programs like bystander liability are going to help with some of the public trust issues and culture change issues that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah, the ABLE program is so that grant opportunity will be coming to council on the 6th. But we've already started our programming for ABLE within the department. ABLE's run out of our training division, so that's under a separate bureau, where Internal Affairs, now the Professional Standards division, will investigate misconduct, but also look into body-worn camera, early intervention programs, and find ways to address behavioral issues that can ensure employee success and growth. Where ABLE is separate from that, but all connected on demonstrating our commitment and investment in our employees in this department and this community. So ABLE is still moving forward, and that's going to be a department-wide operation, a department-wide rollout for all of our employees, where the conversion of the Internal Affairs division is more specific to that and adding another layer of what we do within that division to ensure our employees can be successful.
That's wonderful. And I think anyone who's watching tonight, if you just Google the terms bystandership liability, you'll find that that is an incredible resource. There's a ton of white papers on it in terms of police reform. And I'm so grateful that our police department's participating in that. I want to ask you a little bit about cameras. We have cameras all over the city. What is the plan to get those cameras tied into the police department? I get this question all the time. Do we have any funding for that?
Thank you, Councilwoman. The camera system in our city is under the Department of Technology and Innovation, so that's under a separate department director. However, the police department does have access to security footage, and we do use that as I've spoken about that before for the investigation of crimes and developing investigative leads and that type of thing. So the city camera structure is run out of the Department of Technology and Innovation.
Okay, all right, we'll save those questions for them. And then the other thing I just wanted to put on your radar is I love all the innovative programming that we're doing. I like the allocation of new staff as I see it in the proposed budget. But one thing, Chief, that we have to focus on is response times. No matter what district residents live in, they want to make sure that they have consistent response times. And that's the one thing I think probably me and all of my council members, all of my council colleagues can speak to unilaterally is that residents are very focused on response times and making sure that when they call the police, there's someone that's going to respond. And I think that's really important. And I know if you could just make sure that you're focused on that.
Councilwoman Price, your time is up.
That we get from folks is response time, and I think we need to focus on.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen?
Yes. So I have a question probably for, I think this is probably for Tom. Can you speak specifically about turnover cost and recruitment versus retention spending? I just want to make sure that we're looking at flexible ways to keep valuable employees and avoid having to replace them at, even greater cost.
Yeah, so it certainly is a challenging time right now to both hire a new staff and keep existing staff. People have a lot of options out there. It's a very low unemployment rate, and so people are able to move around and move from job to job. We see that. We love to keep our city employees here as much as we can. Part of our strategy and programs is we do have a lot of promotion activities right now, as we do have open positions. We are looking to promote our city employees, but we're also looking to bring on additional city employees to keep hiring going and make sure that those who are here have some support and aren't always having to do overtime shifts. We heard clearly from our employees, I think you've heard this from me several times, we have a lot going on in our city. We do care very much about our workforce and try to manage their workload because they are being asked to do a lot of extra time, extra work. One thing that we did last year is we created our new performance incentive that would never existed before for anyone that was not in the management ranks, and so that's available to all employees, and we've been using a fair amount of that to acknowledge amazing work. What I get feedback from employees a lot is not just on the dollar amount, but it's just the recognition. We sign a certificate. Everyone who gets one of those gets a certificate from the city manager, and it really does help, I think, a little bit with morale. In terms of retention, we do have in our contracts, we've been trying to structure these as long-term contracts so that there are projected increases, and those are coming. We mentioned some of those. And then, of course, we did do equity adjustments in our IAM contracts and others for not just every position across the board, but those where we were having some specific issues. We can go a little bit further into that, but one of the other things we're doing is we are investing in this budget in civil service and in HR. We have a number of efforts going on right now to try to streamline our hiring processes and also to bring more resources to civil service so that they can do open up our list faster and hire faster so that we can help support employees by bringing people in to make sure they're not having to do other jobs for those that are vacant.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Modica. Also, when I'm looking at the police budget, so it looks like it's not much of a change year over year. So is it already, we're talking about additional officers, like the bike officers. Is that already planned in this budget currently?
Yes, so the budget proposal includes 20 new officers, 16 bike officers, and 4 quality of life officers.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Mungo?
Thank you. My Zoom had a quick blip. So if another council member stated this already, I did want to take a quick moment to acknowledge our dispatchers. I heard staff come to the podium tonight to discuss the demand on our dispatchers, and dispatch is a very, very straining occupation. And I would like to see us look towards better supporting our dispatchers. I would love to see, obviously, pay is a component, but pay is a part of a negotiated process. There are still other things that agencies have done for their dispatchers that have been helpful, including refurbishing rest areas because of the stress and the quality of their break times that is necessary. And there's lots of other things we can do, and I'd really love to see an investment in that. Thank you. No more comments.
Thank you, Councilman Austin.
Thank you. I'll just follow up with my comments. I did appreciate the presentation by Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Again, one of our asset departments that's public facing, that it's always engaging our community. I think most people who experience our parks have a positive experience, and that's positive on the city. Much of the public comment, and I did appreciate hearing from our city employees, right? Because week after week after week, there's a common theme, not only in our city, but across in our society, and that's workforce challenges. Recruitment and retention is a serious, it's an issue that we have to grapple with as a city council, not just with public safety and police and fire, but throughout our employment ranks in the city. And so I'd like to see us obviously give a lot more attention to that, because obviously we want to ensure that all of our city employees are coming to work and feeling dignified and respected for the work that they do. I'm really interested also, Councilmember Mungo, with the dispatchers, our emergency dispatch operators. 12, 18-hour shifts, if that's really happening. And I've talked to the director. He's shared with me the challenges that he's having with hiring and retaining employees in that role. I think we need to take a stronger look at that. But also, I'd like to see us in all positions, look at internal career ladders and recruiting internally and filling positions internally. People should not have to feel like they're stuck in the role that they're in forever, particularly in a city like Long Beach that has so many options for you to learn and grow as an employee, right? And so we should be, when we talk about diversity and hiring, yeah, we want to know what it looks like, but we also want to know that I'd like to know that we're looking at our candidates internally and promoting people within to maintain a culture of excellence. So those are my comments. I look forward to obviously continuing the conversations around, the X's and O's and the dollars and cents of the budget. But we also need to promote a solid workplace culture. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we need to look within to build people up as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Member Supernaw.
Thank you. Great presentations by Chief Stevish and Espino and Director Dennis, and also great presentations by our dispatchers. Fantastic job tonight. And I'll just say it here, I would like to see a presentation by Reggie Harrison as part of the budget process, or at least bring us a wish list, because I'd like to see this fixed as soon as possible. And I just have, everything's been covered, I think, but I just also wanted to thank Chief Espino in particular for the statistics that he brought forth. These are things that I knew anecdotally. I'm not sure what term he used. On Pulse Point, they call them vegetation fires. But I know over the weekend we had the 405 freeway shut down at Lakewood Boulevard due to a vegetation fire. And then I think about 21 hours later, there was a flare up at the same spot. 2 weeks prior, we had a vegetation fire adjacent to the Nature Center that shut down the Nature Center for a day. So the stat I heard, Chief, was 381 arson investigations. I know that's probably different types of fires. But the number that was so staggering to me of these types of fires, you went from around 200 to over 630 in that range, of more than 300% increase. So what I would like to suggest is that we need some type of effort here, and it might be that all the departments presenting tonight and the city manager's office, if we can have some type of fire prevention effort. I don't know what exactly it is, but somehow that we're taking a look at this issue, because if we don't, I don't see it improving. And what we can do in terms of prevention would be something I'd like to look at. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Price, I'm not sure if this is, Councilman Price, this is from before I transitioned. Wasn't sure if this is from before.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I requeued because I think
perfect.
I was in the middle of talking when I think my mic was turned off, so I just requeued. So
yes,
thank you.
Yes.
So I did have a couple more questions. So going back to police, I know police doesn't oversee dispatch, but when people want to call for police response, they call dispatch. And sometimes they don't know that our internal structure makes dispatch a different department than police. And so a lot of times if they don't get a good response from dispatch, they attribute it to police. And our dispatchers are under tremendous stress. I cannot even imagine how difficult and challenging their work is. So I agree with Councilman Supernaut. Anything we can do to be further educated on what we are doing to support them and give them the tools that they need to succeed. We get so many calls from residents and emails from residents saying that they were dissatisfied with dispatch. And sometimes I find myself getting very defensive on behalf of our dispatchers. Again, because of my line of work on a daily basis, I know the stress that our dispatchers have, and they're getting faced with a lot of questions that are beyond just general police or fire response. And so making sure that they have the right training and they have the resources so that it doesn't fall on their shoulders entirely is critical. And so anything that we can do to support our dispatchers, I'm more than happy to do. They deserve our full support and beyond, frankly, because they are the first line of defense. When residents call for help, for 90% of the calls to the city, their touch point is dispatch. We cannot forget that. Their touch point is not the council office or the city manager's office or any of our departments other than dispatch. 99% of the calls from residents throughout the city that touch City Hall are through dispatch. So we need to make sure we support our dispatchers. So I want to transition over to PRM. Fantastic presentation. Brent, I know that at Hoops After Dark last night, you and I were talking, and I did not realize this is your third budget. You came in during COVID years, and so it just flew by. But you did an excellent job on that presentation, and I know you're working really hard. There's a couple of things I wanted you to expand on. Well, first, I wanted to say our bathrooms. I know you know, Mr. Dennis, that I did my own personal audit of the bathrooms, and I had myself and staff going to different bathrooms and looking at their condition, and we really need to make sure our bathrooms are clean. I mean, that has to be a focus for our city, because if taxpayers aren't feeling like they can use the restrooms when they go to the park or with their children or by themselves, and they feel like the bathrooms are not accessible to them, then we're really rendering those public facilities useless to residents. And we want to make sure that we don't do that. Residents should be able to use the restroom. You go to the park, and I know this is a mom of 2 kids, you go to the park for an hour with your kid, the chances are either you or your child is going to need to use the restroom. And if the restroom is not in a condition, you're not going to use it. And I think that's one of the core services that the city has to provide. So I'm really grateful for our investment in bathrooms. But can you, Mr. Dennis, talk a little bit about the Rancho budgets for both Rancho Los Cerritos and Rancho Los Alamitos? They are in the budget, and I would like you to talk about them specifically. And I would like you to also touch on pickleball. So if you could talk about those 2 things, and I think I will be done with questions after that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Price. So I do want to make a comment regarding the restrooms. So I'm very optimistic and fully committed to this new initiative with the Park Safety Ambassadors. I think our park maintenance team has worked very thoughtfully to craft together second shift and have all the resources that from the get-go we'll have trained team members out there really doing the best job to secure our restrooms overnight and also maintain them, because bottom line is we want them to be safe, clean, and welcoming. So I think your comment about young families in particular, nature will call, and certainly we want our restrooms to be available. So the ranchos in the 5-year infrastructure plan, as I met with both the executive directors and their boards, they had identified as a top priority, and for obvious reasons because of the beauty of their historic structures, a fire detection and suppressant system. And they've worked with actually the same internationally acclaimed engineer for those systems that are very sensitive to the for the ranchos, the adobe walls and some of the historic attributes where you want to have a system that's effective but not that obvious. So they have gotten to about the 100% final design level, and we had recommended allocating $600,000 for each of the ranchos, and I think that was a very important high priority improvement for both of those great facilities. Pickleball, I know we have a TFF or the citywide pickleball master plan summary that's going to be distributed. I know over the past week or so we've made some really great, although we call them low-hanging fruit improvements, but we introduced 4 new dual use or dual stripe courts out at Marina Vista Park. We've gotten really great accolades from the pickleball community there, and we're also moving forward with some improvements at Somerset Park and returning some attention back to Bayshore. And College Estates is a little bit more challenging, but we're trying to be thoughtful to the neighbors. But yeah, the growing interest in pickleball citywide, I think, has been very surprising, and it's also very significant. So in the 5-year infrastructure plan, you'll notice that there were dedicated pickleball courts proposed for Veterans Park, DeForest Park, and also Recreation Park adjacent to the Billie Jean King Tennis Center. So we're thankful for that. And I also always like to give a shout out to our Long Beach Pickleball Advisory group. They're self-identified ambassadors that have a great passion for what I call their nucleus groups that are scattered all over the city now. We've got a new group that's formed up at Houghton Park, and also, good news, while we were at Hoops After Dark, the Salvation Army's new facility or gym at Long Beach Boulevard in Spring last night, 2 Saturdays ago, they actually added pickleball striping to their basketball courts. So they're anxious to work with us to have a pilot 3-month league to see if there's enough interest in that part of the city. So I think that's the best update I can provide on my favorite sport now, pickleball. No, I do like basketball too, but pickleball is important to a growing number of people. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to all the council members for the comments. We were going to go ahead and receive and file. There is a motion and a second, a roll call to receive and file the budget hearing. And it just gets continued, of course, to the next budget hearing.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supino.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to go and do ordinance 27 and then the aquarium bond items. Ordinance, the 27 is the first reading of the ordinance, please.
Item 27 is report from City Attorney. Recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code by adding Chapter 5.96, establishing the Healthcare Workers Minimum Wage Ordinance, read the first time and laid over to the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading. Citywide.
Thank you. I think we all have the document in front of us. Is there public comment on this before we take a vote?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item ordinance number 27 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. We have one person in person.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for taking a look at this and your support for this measure. This is going to help a lot of people in the community of Long Beach and hopefully the community as a whole. We do know that it just shows from the report out from your own city workers, understaffing is a chronic issue among all the folks that take care of our city. Healthcare is just one of many examples. We all work long hours, short-staffed, and we're taking care of our most vulnerable citizens. And that's why, again, I'd like to thank you for bringing up this matter, and I would definitely hope that you will vote in the affirmative to support a $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers, and hopefully this will have effects on other workers here in the city and statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Alberto, and I'm a critical care tech in ICU at St. Mary Medical Center, and I have been working there for 15 years. I lived in Long Beach all my life. I just want to know, let everybody go, thank you for hearing me out. Sorry. I want you guys to let you know, thank you for how much this means a lot to us for getting this wage going up for us, because a lot of people struggle in general just in daily life and with their lives and having with the rent crisis situation and inflation. We also care and help people and aid patients in the hospital because we're extremely short-staffed staff at the moment. We don't have a lot of nurses. We have short of nurses every single day, staffing in general. And thank you for your support, and hopefully you guys pass this bill to give more aid and especially in the hospitals and throughout the community, because we are really short-staffed. Our ICUs are very overcrowded, and we can't even take care of the people that come for help. So, in general and staffing-wise, and a lot of people are leaving the hospital because they can't. The wages or their pay is not enough for them. So I appreciate you guys. I really pissed on continue to take the bill into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, and then we'll go to online, please.
Hi, good night. Good night, yes, night. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you for stay all time here, you guys. Congratulations, because it's very important for the citizen to see you. And I'm working in St. Mary. My name is Grisel Lawson, and thank you for support for the minimum wage, 25. Thank you so much for the great job. And I hear all cases. Long Beach can be great if you guys, police department, fire, and the citizen have more communication for be more beautiful Long Beach, because really need. But the only way is stay all together and make good money for everybody can be happy. And thank you so much for everything you do. I know it's very late for everybody. Thank you so much. I love you.
Thank you. Is there any?
That concludes public comment.
That concludes public comment. We have a motion and a second. I think we all have the ordinance as presented by the city attorney. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mango?
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Great, thank you. And we do have, I believe, we take one more vote on this issue for final reading next week, correct? Okay, great. Thank you all. We're going to move on to items 22 and I believe it's 30, Mr. Modica, which are the two concurrent aquarium items. We have a long agenda still. We're just going to take these two items really quick and get these passed through, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to
Item 22 is report from financial management. Recommendation to adopt resolution approving the issuance and sale of Thailand's revenue refunding bonds, Series 2022 refinance funds for improvements to the Aquarium of the Pacific, District 1237.
Great. Can I get a motion in a second, please? Great. Is there any public comment? Is there any? Is there any public comment on this item?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 22 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now.
Okay.
Seeing none, yeah, that concludes public comment.
Great. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price,
Aye.
Councilman Supano,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Alston,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. And then we have our second aquarium item, please. I believe it's 30.
Item 30 is report from Economic Development, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents necessary for replacement lease with Aquarium of the Pacific, District 1.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this item?
If there are any
We don't have
members
a
of the
second.
public that would like to speak on item 30 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature.
Mr. Mayor, can we get the second on the,
I think I thought I saw the second on there.
okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and see no public comment, correct?
No public comment.
Members, please cast a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Price,
Aye.
Councilman Supano,
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro,
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga,
Aye.
Councilman Alston,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you.
Aye.
Received.
Okay, thank you very much. We're those were all the requested items to be moved up on the agenda. I know it sounds crazy, but we've barely started the meeting, and we're going to go back now to the two hearings. We still have every item on the agenda, minus the ones we just heard. So we're going to do the two hearings, then general public comment, and then we have about 10 items for the council to consider as regular business. So we'll go back to hearing number 8.
Item 8 is report from Development Services, recommendation to receive the supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, adopt resolution approving and adopting a subsequent environmental impact report to the general plan, land use element and urban design element program, environmental impact report. Approve the climate action and adaptation plan and adopt resolution authorizing city manager to submit policy and ordinance amendments as necessary to the California Coastal Commission for its review, approval, and certification to obtain a finding of conformance with the City of Long Beach Certified Local Coastal Program, citywide. These items require, no oath requires.
I'll turn this over to the staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to introduce Christopher Kuntz, the Director of Development Services, to make a presentation on our CAP.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here this evening to present the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I am aware where we are in the evening. I do have to warn you the presentation is not short, but we will do our best to be concise, but it is an important milestone for the city, an important plan, and complex. Presenting this evening will be Amy Harbin from our Planning Bureau, and we have some information to present to you and then are glad to answer all of your questions.
Let me just take a temperature really quick. This is actually a very important and long and monumentous plan that we need to address. I also know there's a lot of folks out here, I think, for other items. Probably not this one, is my guess. So I'm wondering if the council minds that we just go through some of the other business, and then maybe we end with this presentation, and then we can kind of do that, if we don't mind. If there's any objection to that, staff? Okay, thank you. So we're going to come back to that. I'm going to try to get through these items expeditiously. So if you're here to comment on one of them, when you hear the item, please come to the front. let's try to get all these folks that are here to comment on the items that are here, and we'll go through these quickly. So let me start first with general public comment. Madam Clerk, let's go through general public comment.
We have Jose Ula and Sine Kenfei. Please approach the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Am I on yet, or do I? Okay, start? Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I have to come before you. 3 weeks ago, I stood before you. I'm the original founder of the Craftsman Historic District, but I'm speaking as a resident who's lived there for 35 years and parked in the same place for 35 years also. And in the last 6 months, I've been targeted or harassed by parking enforcement with the multiplicity of parking tickets for doing parking in front of my house and in my driveway. And last Thursday was the ultimate insult that when I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready to go to work and load the stuff in the truck, they fined me at 6:15, right after I went into the shower, for parking in front of my driveway the wrong way. Talk about harassment. Talk about what's going on with the parking department. And in reality, I asked the mayor 3 weeks ago, and he asked me to talk to his aides, and which I did, and I have no response as of 3 weeks ago, as of today. So I'm actually asking the city manager and the city attorney to look at this matter and say, how can we mitigate this? There's something wrong with 90% of the people who complain about their parking ticket, don't get it resolved, it's declined. The bulk is in Mary Sendejas and Cindy Allen's district. Millions of dollars are generated, and honest people are suffering amorally because, once again, there's a parking enforcement system that doesn't allow you to confront the person who gave the ticket, even though the parking inspector and the staff get together and decline your ticket. In America, we have something as the right to be represented when you're accused. And I am asking the new or the coming Susie Price mayor or Rex Richardson, as their first act in office, to create a parking commissioner, independent from city staff, that will look at these tickets and mitigate honest results. It is a travesty that I have to come here and show you these things and not get a response 3 weeks later from the mayor. So then you have to escalate it to a city manager and a city attorney before this thing gets litigated in other ways. So that's my challenge to you today, Cindy Allen, Mary Sendejas, and we're looking at Robert. You also have a bulk of tickets in your area. You know, as I look at this, it's unfair to the honest person. And there's a lot of honest people out there that are getting, screwed under the parking enforcement because we created that mess. Your predecessors created housing without the consequences of parking, and they shouldn't suffer for it. They should have an avenue to stand before a person and mitigate that, instead of city staff saying, hey, it's declined. I paid $600 so far in parking tickets, and if I don't pay this one, again, it'll go to another district, and they'll deny my registration. So
Thank you, sir.
Your time is
waiting
up.
for a meeting for the
Sir,
city
thank you,
manager
sir.
and the
And actually, the folks that spoke to you last week were city staff, so if you didn't get a response, you should have, and they're working on that. So Ms. Tatum's going to talk to you again. She's the number 2 person on city staff, so please talk to her.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Sanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. My comment today is with relation to the 2030 visioning plan. I spent the weekend reading the 2001 visioning plan. It's pretty fascinating what's been able to be accomplished from that and today, and more importantly, what's not been able to be accomplished. I think that I don't mean to come in, darken the party, but with respect to development in the city, LAUSD has lost about 80,000 children in the last decade. First it was overcrowding. Now we're worried about underperforming and closing of schools in LA, and LBUSD is kind of dealing with something similar. That's why we have this rainy day bond that they're trying to push forward. I'm just curious to see some of the data that would come with the visioning plan. It was taken off of the agenda last week, I believe. Hopefully, it'll be brought to the agenda next week, because I think that we're going to have some demographic bombs occurring that are going to completely change the landscape of what the city looks like. Worried about a developing Bantu land of some sorts with respect to the city, because there's just working class people being pushed out, economically speaking. And so I'm just curious to see moving forward how we're going to maintain being an economic powerhouse if children can't afford to live in the city. So looking forward to seeing the visioning plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go right through these items. I believe I'm gonna go to the measures. I believe most folks are here probably for the ballot measures items. I'm guessing, but why don't I just go through these all? We'll just go through these quickly. Item number 10, please.
Item 10 is communication from Councilwoman Price, a recommendation to request city manager to work with the Health and Human Services Department to provide a comprehensive presentation on the monkeypox virus.
Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the item's self-explanatory, and I think staff is going to be prepared to come back next week.
Oil only face wash cloths.
Someone has their mic on, FYI.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, I think the item is self-explanatory, and I look forward to staff's presentation on the monkeypox virus, because I think we're getting a lot of questions about it, and how it transmits, and how to make sure that our residents are being protected. So I look forward to hearing the presentation from staff, and I felt it was important to request a study session, as is the protocol anytime we're dealing with health issues through our health department that the council wants to be educated on. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please, in a second? Is there any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 10 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature.
Okay, seeing none.
Seeing
Roll call
none.
vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supano.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mango.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilman Boranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. Item 15, please.
Item 15 is communication from Councilwoman Price, a recommendation to refer to the Parks and Recreations Commission and the Government Personnel and Election Oversight Committee for considerations of renaming a section of Channel View Park to Ashley's Park in memory of Ashley Arman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our office has received hundreds of emails in support of this item, and I look forward to having it go through the process tonight, so that we can get feedback and public outreach and input on this proposed item. I want to thank, first of all, Officer Rich Armand, who is one of the officers who works in the East Division, as well as I'm sure he's worked in other divisions. But Officer Armand is a tremendous resource for the community, and he and his family suffered a tragic loss when their daughter Ashley lost her life at this location. And the location serves as a place of refuge for a lot of people. And it is in his honor and in her honor that we ask the Parks Commission to consider this item And I want to just stop for a moment to see if there's any public input on this item and to ask my council colleagues to please consider supporting this item and having it go through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion in a second on this, please?
Mr. Mayor, I would motion, I put it on the council chat or the council text,
I have a motion.
I'm happy to motion if that's okay.
Yep, I have
verbally.
Councilwoman Price and Councilmember Austin, please. Thank you very much. Let's do public comment.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 15 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and do our roll call vote, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Allen.
I just want to say thank you so much, Councilwoman Price, for bringing this forward. Just reading this was really emotional for me. I went to high school at Long Beach Poly with Rich. I was a police officer with him, and I just know how tragic losing his daughter was. And to honor her in this way is just tremendous. So just couldn't be more just honored to see you do this. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I will be supporting this today.
Thank you. And I know, Councilman Austin, I know you were the seconder of the motion. Did you have any additional comments?
No, I'm a second of the motion. I'm full support, and I look forward to this item going through the process, coming back and giving further comments.
Great,
Thank you for putting it forward, Councilman.
Great, thank you very much. There's a motion and a second, and we'll do the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro?
Aye.
Councilmember Oranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and do item 31, please.
Item 31 is report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to adopt resolution to ratify city manager's proclamation of local emergency regarding the serious and imminent threat of monkeypox virus citywide.
Thank you. Can I get a motion in a second, please? I think we've all been briefed on the declaration, which I know we just recently did through the city manager. Any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 31 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro?
Aye.
Councilmember Oranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and do the 4 ballot measure items next. And so we'll just do these. The only measure I think that we need a fuller presentation on, from what I understand talking to staff, will be the CPCC presentation. We'll go through the others fairly quickly unless there's additional questions from the council, and then we'll do the CPCC. So let's start with item 17, please, if I can get a motion in a second.
Item 17 is a report from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt resolution requesting the Registrar Recorder, County Clerk to give notice of a general municipal election to be consolidated with the statewide general election to be held in the City of Long Beach on November 8th, and include the proposed charter amendment to align the Long Beach Board of Education's primary election date with the state primary and general election held in even number years, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and providing for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments citywide.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 17 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro?
Aye.
Councilmember Oranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. Let's do the second consolidation item, which is state and city. Madam Clerk, I need a motion and a second, please.
Item 18 is a report from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt resolution requesting the LA County to give notice of general municipal election to be consolidated with the statewide general elections to be held in the city of Long Beach on Tuesday, November 8, and include the proposed charter amendment to a vote to align city's primary election date with the state's primary and general election dates held in even number years, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and providing for the filing of the primary and rebuttal arguments and setting the rules for the filing of written arguments citywide.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there public comment, please?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 18 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Please do the roll call vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supino?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mango?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sarro?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. Next is 29, which is kind of a companion to those items, which is just the official request for the county to the county for the consolidations that we are discussing.
Item 29 is a report from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt resolutions of the City Council requesting the Board of Supervisors of the county to authorize and order the consolidations of a statewide general municipal election for 4 charter amendments with the statewide general elections to be held on November 8, citywide.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any public comment?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 29 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supino?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mango?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sarro?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Okay, next is item 20, please. The gas and water ballot measure.
Item 20 is a report from City Manager, recommendation to adopt resolution requesting the LA County to give notice of a general municipal election to be consolidated with a statewide general election to be held in the city of Long Beach on November 8th, and include the proposed charter to consolidate the city's public utilities, directing city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the charter amendment and providing for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments citywide.
Public comment, please. Please come forward.
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 20 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature.
Thank you.
In person.
Good evening, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I'd just like to state for the record that most, as we saw from the presentation last month, most entities that have consolidated utilities include electricity. Many of them do not have the complications with an oil and gas department that is historically responsible for, depending on some calculations, up to a single or even 2% of global emissions of carbon worldwide. Perhaps electricity can be included in this, perhaps not. Perhaps there's some other way to achieve some of these ends. Perhaps, as advertised, this won't deliver as many of the goods as we think it will. I think these are open questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, please? Please come forward.
We're on the one on utilities, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm Corliss Lee, and the comments that I would have on the utilities are that we have spent a number of years now working on the water department, trying to bring money from the water department into the general fund. And that hasn't worked out. And so, you know, it's been declared illegal in a couple of cases. So then I look at it, and now we're talking about putting it together with the gas department. And that we're doing that for economies of scale. that there's ways to save money by doing that. I've been involved in a lot of this kind of activity when I worked in aerospace. And when you make a statement like that, there should be reports behind it that give you what an industrial engineer would say. And they have tools and software where they can go through and time study things and tell you if your assumptions are correct. So to believe that this is really about economies of scale, I would like to see professionals involved to put that together. Otherwise, what I'm afraid of, and the elephant in the living room to me, is that this is going to be another way to try to skim money out of the water department. We've grown accustomed to using that money. So I would object to putting this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, is there any public comment online? Nope. We have a roll call vote, please, on this item.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supano.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mango.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga.
Aye.
Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
The motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you. That concludes those items. We're going to go to police oversight, the CPCC. We are going to get a presentation from staff on this just because there has been some clarifying questions from the council. And so we'll go through the presentation and then we'll go into any public comment and then council discussion. Mr. Modica.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we do want to take the time today to really dive a little bit deeper into this issue. There's been a lot of discussion going back to reports that we did independently from consultants, going out to the community. We did public safety meetings. We've done charter amendment committee. But I want to wrap all that up today and really explain some of the differences between what we currently have and what we are proposing. We do believe that it is a stronger model, but it is a different model. And so with that, with change comes different approaches and things that we're trying to do to make this an even stronger model for oversight and transparency. So I will hand this over to our Assistant City Manager, Linda Tatum, who's been leading the charge in the past year on this effort, and we're supported by our CPCC manager as well. Linda.
Thank you, Tom. So I'd like to start the presentation by giving you an overview of the timeline that we've been involved in this effort. And it starts back in 2020 with the adoption, the City Council's adoption of the reconciliation report that called for this assessment, this independent assessment of the CPCC. And as a result of that adoption, the City Council actually funded in the FY21 budget this independent assessment. So staff then proceeded to go through an RFP process, and we selected Polis Change Integration as the firm to actually conduct this study. And they have we selected them because they have a depth of experience in doing these kinds of studies nationwide. So their work took about 10 months. During that 10 months, they did extensive public outreach. As Tom mentioned, they did community listening sessions. They met, did a presentation at the Public Safety Commission. They also actually went and presented before the charter amendment, or I'm sorry, the CPCC itself. As a result of that, in February of 22, earlier this year, they did a very detailed report to this to the City Council, pretty much outlining what they looked at in the study. They surveyed the models that they were considering for the city's consideration given the issues here in this community. And as a result of that presentation of the various models and their recommendation, City Council in February directed staff to go ahead and initiate that the charter amendment process. And those two initial steps in that process involved starting the meet and confer process, which staff did and successfully completed the phase 1 meet and confer. The second part of that process was to have the city attorney prepare draft language for the charter amendment. So those two steps were done in February, or were started in February. And then in June, once the charter amendment process started, the charter amendment body conducted 2 public hearings, and both of those were both both of those hearings, the item was continued to move forward. So this is the third and final public hearing for the charter amendment process, and we are hoping that the result here is that the City Council would refer this item to the November ballot. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what oversight of law enforcement is, what civilian oversight is. So in the POLIS report, there was a pretty good definition of what a police oversight actually is, and it's essentially when one or more individuals outside of the sworn police chain of command whose work specifically focuses on holding that department, its officers, and its employees accountable. Now, any police oversight really it's critical that they have several attributes. If you could go back to that former slide for a second, I just want to touch on those really briefly. There are 7 attributes that any really effective model needs to consider. Number 1 is independence. And that is something that means that it's independent and it doesn't report to a line department in the city department, but rather an independent entity. It also looks at how much information and access to personnel in the department that the oversight body has. So that's really critical to them being effective in doing the work that they need to do in terms of investigations, review, or monitoring, or whatever their role is. Transparency, and transparency meaning that the operations and the work of that oversight body are made available to the public freely and without any constraint, and also that there's a reporting component to the model. The other one is adequate funding. That is something that has been considered and was recommended in the POLIS report. Community engagement. It's critical that the community input be a key part of any oversight process, as well as the legitimacy of the actual oversight body. And lastly, ideally, there should be some kind of evaluation of the oversight body and the oversight process periodically. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to talk about is where POLIS spent a lot of time, in addition to getting feedback from the public, they spent a lot of time looking at the essentially 3 core models that exist nationwide for how police oversight is handled. The first of those is a review model, and the name and the title really suggest what their primary focus is. And that review model, the oversight body essentially focuses on reviewing the investigations that were independently done by the internal affairs within the police department. So that is one model, a review model. The second model is the auditor monitor model. And this model, it functions specifically to look at systemic operational policies, training, and operations within a police department. And there it looks at those and makes recommendations for improvement. So that's the focus of the auditor monitor model. The third model is investigatory models. And in those, as the name suggests, you have civilian professionals that are actually doing investigation of complaints against the police department. So those are fundamentally the 3 models where you could focus. Now, the fourth model is a hybrid, which means that you could pick and choose depending upon your community's needs, its objectives. You can pick and choose kind of these pieces of those 3 models and put together. So what you see on the right here is a really high-level summary of what our current CPCC model is, because it is an investigation model. Essentially, our CPCC investigates civilian complaints. Those are external complaints against the police department from the public. Our police department internal affairs investigates those complaints, and then they take the results of those complaints, go to the CPCC, and they make a finding or a determination on the complaint, and they make a recommendation to the city manager. And the fourth step of that process is for the city manager to make a finding on the complaint, and that's a determination as to whether or not the complaint was sustained, overturned, or if the officer was exonerated. So what I'd like to talk about at a very high level, and then I'll go into it in a little bit more detail just because there's some complexity associated with it, is the proposed model, what the POLIS report showed is that what they recommended to this city, based upon the feedback that they heard from the public, a review of the operation of the current CPCC model, they recommended the auditor monitor model, but a hybrid, meaning that they wanted the focus to be on systematic review of policies, training, and operations within the police department. But to support that, the hybrid comes in because they also recommended having an independent police oversight commission. And the two of those bodies would work together systematically to address the issues and concerns that arise in terms of police complaints in our community. So I'm going to give you a high-level overview of that. Again, systematic review of internal investigations, and in this case, it would be both external complaints that came about from community complaints, but also internal complaints in the police department that arise within the organization. It also specifies that the director would have the authority to conduct investigations in a very limited set of circumstances. That's when there is great bodily injury resulting from a complaint. In that case, they would actually have the authority to investigate the complaint or review the complaint, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. But the other case that was really important that they have the authority is to investigate complaints against the police command staff. And again, another key component of this model is that the police oversight director would have access to all of the police department records, all of their reports. They would also have access to personnel as witnesses to any complaint incidents. And again, I talked about the critical component of this model being the commission, which provides the opportunity for ongoing public feedback so that you're hearing from the community at all times in the process about issues or concerns that the public may have about police procedures or policies. And lastly, this model includes recommendations specifically given their independence directly to City Council. Okay, so what you see in this slide is just it's a much broader comparison of the different types of models. I talked about the investigation-focused model earlier, and this just gives you a little bit of comparison about these models and how they are represented throughout the nation. In terms of the investigation-focused models, there's about 18% of the about 157 police oversight organizations or activities throughout the nation. About 29 of those are investigation-focused. And one of the primary purposes I mentioned earlier is that this model, they really focus on actually having the civilian commission do the investigations. Now, a strength of that model is that it can potentially reduce some of the perceived bias in how complaints are handled, but it also may increase community trust in the investigation if they feel that it's completely independent. But of course, a weakness of this process and the investigation model is that it's often procedurally quite complex, and it's also pretty resource intensive. And there's also some level of community frustration in this model when broad or systemic change doesn't occur as a result of the focus strictly on only investigating complaints that arise in the community. The next model I talked about earlier is the review focused. That's the one, again, where the Oversight Commission is focused on reviewing complaints that occur within the police department. They don't undertake the investigation, but they review the investigation after it's been completed by the IA department. Now, this right now, or currently, this is the most popular, or the most communities have this oversight model. About 61% of all of the ones across the nation are this model. This is an older model, but right now it's still the most numerous around the country. It really does focus, as it says here, on review of completed investigations, but it does have some strengths because of the civilian input into the complaint and the investigation process. It increases public trust in the investigation process. But the potential weaknesses of the review-focused model is that it has limited authority because the authority is focused on investigations or review of investigations rather than a systemic review of all of the policies and procedures. The focus, again, being on complaints. So let's go to the third model, which is the auditor-monitor model. Currently, only about 20% nationwide have this model. However, this is probably the newest model that in the world of police oversight. It's the newest and it's the most modern, and increasingly as new oversight models come online in communities, this is the model that is becoming most popular, and there are some reasons for that. Its primary purpose is to look really broadly and examine in a systematic way or a systemic way, broad patterns in police discipline, review of police policies, trainings, and operations. And that's one of the reasons that it's used more recently in the modern police oversight models. Some of the strengths of this model is that it gives more robust public reporting because of the systemic approach to looking at policies, procedures, and operations. You get a much better picture of the operations, and it's actually more effective ultimately in promoting long-term change within the police department. And some of the weaknesses is that the community may be skeptical of that systemic approach, and it does require a staff with significant expertise. So let's talk in a little bit more detail about kind of what we found when we looked at benchmarking our community against other communities, particularly those here in California and in similarly sized cities. So to get that information, there is a National Association of Civilian Oversight, and they have a rich database of different models within different communities. So the POLIS study looked at 26 different communities here in California, not including our CPCC here in Long Beach. And what we did in comparing ourselves to other similarly sized cities, we looked at the city of Anaheim. In Anaheim, they have the auditor-monitor model, and it's a hybrid because they also have a commission, a police oversight commission. We found the same thing in the city of Fresno and the city of Oakland. Again, all three of these had a hybrid that's a mouthful, auditor-monitor with a commission. And in Riverside, they had the city had a review model. And lastly, in the city of Sacramento, they likewise had a hybrid model that had the auditor-monitor. Again, the auditor-monitor being the more systemic review of policies, operations, and procedures, along with the commission. Okay, so in looking at police oversight in terms of how you would implement in a city, there are some really important factors to keep in mind when you start thinking about how you implement or what model you use. It's critical that you realize that civilian oversight of police, it is really, it's not a panacea. It won't address all of the problems of police misconduct or organizational and operational changes, but it is one really significant piece of that puzzle. So it's important that we keep that in mind, that that any model that we choose will need to be practiced along with other really important tools. There's also no perfect model. I think it's each city has to look at its objectives and what it wants to accomplish and what the issues are in their community and design a model that really is customized to their needs as much as possible. And lastly, it's so important that oversight programs be grounded in those attributes I talked about earlier. But the really important components are making sure that the model is collaboration, and that's collaboration between the oversight body or the oversight director and the commission and the city's police department. And it's also critical that there be a high level of transparency. Okay, So I will talk a little bit in more detail about the oversight model that is proposed. That is, earlier I talked about the auditor monitor model. It's a hybrid because what is being proposed is a clearly and a very significantly independent model. Our current model is underneath the city manager. This model would not be underneath a city department, but it would be independent and report directly to the city council. So the two components of the hybrid model are the director of police oversight. This person is hired and fired by the city council. Currently, under our model now, we don't have a director. It is the CPCC is managed by a manager within the city manager's office. This director would report directly to the city council. He would have direct access to the police department records, data, and personnel, and witnesses, including police personnel. And currently, under our current model, there's limited CPCC access to police data. As I said earlier, a very critical component is that they would look at systematic issues, look at patterns, data, and trends, and deficiencies within operations, policies, and training. And right now, there is no authority of the current model to look in a systemic way at police operations. And the second component is the Police Oversight Commission. That would be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. They have, their role would be to solicit or to get input from the community on areas of issues or concern, and they would provide feedback directly to the director regarding priorities for what areas need to be looked at based upon the feedback they get from the public. And they would also review the annual reports that the director would be required to provide to the city council. So why did our consultant recommend the auditor monitor model? We think that the basis for that recommendation is that this model gives us the best opportunity for systematic change within the organization because of the systemic approach to looking at the organization and a high level of community input and feedback and collaboration with the police department. Okay, and we also saw that during that very extensive public hearing process, the community asked for independence. They wanted an independent body. They wanted more transparency and the need for oversight of internal affairs, as well as getting a higher level of education about CPC in the community. So again, I talked about some of these, and I will go through these really quickly. Systemic issues addressed by the director. That does not occur now because the focus in the current model is on investigations rather than looking at systemic operations. There would be a timeline for when a recommendation is made by the director and a report to the city council. This model includes a timeline for the police department to review the recommendation and respond, and to ask for more time if they need it. I'd also like to just highlight that they can investigate major uses of force that result in great bodily injury upon the request of the city manager. That's a new authority that they currently do not have. They also have the right to be on the scene of a critical incident being a major use of force, a police shooting, or something of that nature. They get to review all the complaints to ensure that all of the allegations included in the complaint are appropriate. And they also are required to investigate specific types of incidents. And I mentioned earlier, if there is a complaint against the police chief or the command staff, it's appropriate that there be an independent investigation of that by the director. And lastly, they provide an annual report to the city council on their findings once they do the systemic reviews. So we feel that this model is a strengthened version of police oversight. I listed some of the bullets here that talk about what that role is. They get to review the commission itself. They get to review and provide feedback to the director. And they also play a role in hiring the director. So they have a very iterative process working directly with the commissioner in terms of getting public feedback and then making recommendations to the director. Okay, next. I talked. Here's how, just in a really quick summary, how the director works with the Police Oversight Commission. It's essentially a feedback loop where the commission meets monthly and they get feedback from the community. They provide that feedback to the director. And I just give some examples of how that could work. If there is a particular issue in the community that has occurred repeatedly based upon feedback, they can make a recommendation to the director to investigate that particular area and prepare a report and a recommendation to council. So there, the next one is, I talked earlier about the systematic reviews or the systemic reviews. This involves the director looking at operations, policies, procedures, and training. And again, an example there could be if there is a number of calls for service in one particular area, they could ask the police department to look at the criteria for determining those calls for service and provide a report and a recommendation. Next slide. Again, I talked earlier about the comparison of those models, and I'll just focus here on the powers and duties because I've talked about some of the other ones. Both the CPCC right now and the Internal Affairs conduct investigations. We feel that that's redundant, so it's more efficient to go to a model where only the IA, the Internal Affairs, is conducting investigation, but the director would have the authority to review those investigations that are completed. Next slide. Currently, the CPCC does have subpoena powers. However, under our current model, they rarely use that authority. But with the new oversight director, there would be no need for the subpoena power because the charter amendment would allow access to all of the police department records, to police personnel, to witnesses. They would allow them to be on the scene of a critical incident so they could observe it and make recommendations based upon their observations. And again, I talked about the community engagement. The proposal now bakes in that community input and engagement into the process, and that doesn't exist in the current model we have. Okay. So the director, they would have the authority to, in a use of force incident that results in great bodily injury. Here's a really quick rundown of what they get to do. They get to respond to the scene, to observe how the investigation is being conducted. They get to review the complaint itself before it is investigated to ensure that the allegations are included. They get to audit the case to ensure thoroughness, timeliness, and quality. And based upon the findings of the investigation, they can present recommendations to the police, to the city council as a result of their investigation. Okay, next slide. In a case which doesn't result in great bodily injury, say it's a police-involved shooting, but it doesn't result in great bodily injury, they have the same authority there in terms of being on the scene, relying on their own observations. They can actually they can request a briefing of the incident to the police commission or the oversight commission, and the director can actually review the investigation again for thoroughness, timeliness, and quality. And if an officer-involved shooting occurs, the director has the authority to investigate if the city manager requests it. Again, the very specific role that the director is required to conduct the investigation is a case where there is a complaint against the police chief or any member of the command staff. That's where the independence is actually required and mandated as a part of this model. And again, they will report those findings to the city council, and they will have access to all department records and data in order to complete that investigation. Okay, so I just wanted to reiterate that as a part of the city council's initial recommendation to move forward with this charter amendment, they did give staff the authority to look at the current CPCC operation and to start implementing improvements in that current process. And those are in the areas of transparency, making sure that the results of the operation are more available to the public. They ask us to look at training for both the commission and for the staff, and also to look at operations for greater efficiency in the current CPCC model. So this is just a recap. There were substantial opportunities for public engagement, and I mentioned some of those earlier, and that also includes the 2 public hearings we've had so far to date, as well as tonight's public hearing. And I will just highlight that any change in the proposed charter amendment language that's already been published and circulated would require a meet and confer with the affected labor organizations. And if that were to occur as a result of tonight's feedback, it would fundamentally defer the proposed amendment to the 2024 election cycle, because there would just not be physically time to complete the meet and confer and still make the ballot. So the staff recommendation in closing is that we recommend that the city council refer the matter to be placed on the ballot. We think that the auditor monitor hybrid model is a superior, stronger, and more modern model than the one we currently have. It's responsive to the public feedback that we heard during the outreach process, and we think that it provides the greatest potential for systemic change and reform based upon a high level of collaboration between the Oversight Commission, the director, and the police department. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion by, I believe, Councilmember Austin and Councilwoman Sorrow. Councilmember Austin, do you want to go to the public, or do you want to make comments first?
I'd like to go to public first.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, will you do the public comment, please?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 19 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now.
Hello again. I am very, very encouraged by this. I am very excited to hear something about this. I'm a strong advocate of we the people. The people are the actual government. Up here, you folks, with all due respect, you're the representatives and the public servants. So when the people are empowered to have oversight, I'm extremely, extremely encouraged, and I appreciate this being brought forth. I'm reading here, forgive me. I'm encouraged by the fact that it's independent. If it's independent and as transparent as possible, I call it a win. And when I speak transparency, I mean as transparent as possible. Say when someone goes to court, they are, even if just accused and not found guilty, the public knows what's going on with who, where they are in the investigation, what things have gone on, rather investigation, but in the case. So transparency as much as possible is very encouraging. I'm not sure how deep it goes. I would actually like to read for the details, but I want to make sure that there's absolutely no red tape from the police to state that, hey, there's an investigation going on and we can't share this information. This has to be, again, as public as possible with no red tape, or they must be compelled legally or face consequences. 1 or 2 people behind the whole thing is fantastic. However, again, being that it's public would be best, so that way they any sort of steps that they take, the public know exactly where they are, who's involved, what steps they're taking. So 2 people is great, but so long as their work is entirely public, I believe would be best. We'll just say. We should consider maybe termed employment for these individuals. That way they don't become entrenched and shake hands with folks behind doors. Possibly an elected type of position. Again, so it could be termed and avoid entrenchment. No hiding behind public investigation. Excuse me. I wrote a lot of notes. I'll just end with this, I guess. We can be a model. As the presentation showed, others are doing it, but I think we can be a model to be the perfection of what it is. There is no perfect, but we can be as close as possible to perfection. If we need to hold it off a little bit till 2024, I'm not saying we do. If in case, I would rather we do it quality before quickly, because something like this is absolutely fantastic, and I'm very encouraged. Last quick note, very on the side here, just a quick request on decorum. If the council members
viewers can maybe shut off their videos when they're eating. Big mouthfuls with noodles hanging out of their mouths is very distracting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just 1 second, sir. Everyone that's going to speak, if you can please just line up at the podium, please. If there's anyone else that's speaking on this item, I'm going to close the speakers list. Okay. And then, is there anyone on? Okay. Did you do the count? Okay. Great. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Tom Beck. I'm an attorney, and I've done a great deal of litigation with the police department of your city over the years. In fact, I was instrumental in seeing that the first CPCC came into existence. And my concern then, and it continues to be today, is whether or not a complaint by an aggrieved citizen reaches a fair conclusion, an objective conclusion. The weakness in the current system, notwithstanding what you've just heard, is that although now the proposed oversight lacks the ability to investigate, it also opens the door for investigations at the discretion of the city manager if it's a GBI, a great bodily injury case, or a shooting, OIS, by an officer. That's a hybrid to me. The office, they're either going to have the powers to investigate, especially those high-profile incidents, or they're not. And this is where the subpoena power becomes so important, because under the present system, the power exists, and if you've just been told, that power is being taken away. If an investigation is being commanded by the city manager into a high-profile incident, they shouldn't be confined to the parameters of the department's investigation into that incident, because they may discover, for example, a very simple one, that if they can't subpoena the medical records of the person that was injured to know the gravity of those injuries, whether they can be called GBI or not be GBI, makes a difference. And that, to me, emasculates the power of the investigative oversight body. It's really at the discretion of the city manager to do it. And the model that's being proposed patterns itself after the way the United States Department of Justice overtakes the administration of police departments, as it did in LA, as it's done in Seattle and Ferguson, Missouri, where those persons reported to a federal judge, not to a city manager, and who had the authority to, the clout, so to speak, to do things that the city and its employees, its agency, were unwilling to undertake. So I think those are weaknesses you all must consider before you decide to bump this to the electorate, because the electorate really won't know any of the things we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I want to thank you for a very thorough presentation. I am in support of this commission, but I did have a couple concerns. First, I was just wondering how the community will continue to be engaged with this commission. I know that a part of why this commission was created in the first place was to ensure that the community has that direct line of communication with the commission. And so I'm hoping that that is further clarified to ensure that that still does happen. Also, my other concern is that how this committee is selected. I know it's stating that the city council members and the mayor will be the ones selecting the committee, and there's really no input from the community itself. And I'm wondering if there's a possibility of opening the door that perhaps the community can have influence on selecting those committee members, or maybe even voting those members into this commission, because again, this is about that line of communication with the community. And I'm sorry, I may hurt some feelings right now, but as we talk about the criticisms of the city council and the police department, there's really no response to those criticisms, but instead continued praise for the Long Beach Police Department. So I'm just questioning if they're going to select people on that commission that will truly have oversight over the police department. I know in the presentation it was included that a potential weakness is that you need a staff with significant expertise to have true oversight. And so that's, again, echoing my concern about who might be selected on this committee. And I think it's important to have people that have expertise in systemic racism and systemic issues within communities. So that's looking at, again, systemic racism specifically, issues of policing, the history of policing, not just in Long Beach, but in the United States as a whole. So I think that's really important for the commission and even the director specifically. My other concern was that it was mentioned that only the internal affairs would be investigating and that the commission didn't necessarily have to. So again, I'm questioning, how do we ensure that the commission will be investigating the issues that are coming forward? And again, I think that's important through that ongoing communication with the community and full transparency, as someone else also stated earlier. Again, I read the language in the recommendation prior to coming in, and it just seemed very vague in terms of how much community input would be in this commission. And I'm hoping that we can really strengthen the language or just at least clarify community input. And again, I want to emphasize community input on the commission members and the expertise that is needed for those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia and Council. And my name is David Clement, and I'm a resident of the 2nd District. Hey, Cindy. And I had the honor of serving on the CPCC a few years ago, and I was chair 1 year. And I was appointed by Mayor Foster, reappointed by Mayor Garcia, and then supported by our councilwoman, Susie Price. Hey, Susie. And I also served with Sully Sorrow on one of the commissions. And hi, Patrick Withers over there. He's one of our investigators. In any case, I have always had the greatest respect for our officers, men and women in uniform, and I believe that the entirety of the CPCC felt the same way. We have a great police department. I think the vast majority of our officers are of the highest caliber, professionalism, and integrity. But my position on this is I don't think that we should, I don't think you should vote on this. I don't think it should be passed. I don't think it should go to the ballot, and for the following reasons. So I ask you to vote no on it. I believe that the proposed changes to this charter will weaken the CPCC rather than strengthen the commission. I think that will hurt. I think it's ironic. I think we'll hurt some of our most vulnerable people, people of color, because if we have this person called the oversight director, having to be somewhat subservient to our city manager, it seems like that's kind of a conflict of interest, and I don't support that. I think that, and it's ironic because these people are the same people that vote for the majority of our council members. So, so I don't support this amendment. I think that the CPCC should be able to interview police officers if there's a complaint, directly interview those officers. And I think that the current CPCC should be able to. I think that the fact that the city manager can overturn and review findings of the CPCC, I think that should. I think that's a little bit of a conflict of interest as well. So please vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening.
My name is Stephen Downing. I'm a resident of Council District 3. This is a prepaid package from a so-called consultant who did not compete, but rather got the job through a purchase order, and then went through the motions to deliver what we see tonight as a preordained package that works for the POA, it works for City Hall, but it doesn't work for the people. The proposed charter amendment guts every possibility the people of this city ever had for true civilian oversight of their police department. What we have now in the CPCC charter could have been improved, but clearly even that, if made to work by eliminating the false barriers that have traditionally been put up to ensure that it did not work, like interview of officers, interview of witness officers, obviously pose too great a danger to City Hall image makers. And so tonight, the curtain will fall on the third act of one more performance of Long Beach political theater. This one billed as part of a framework of reconciliation. I fully expect the performance will receive rave reviews from behind the rail, with all being able to rationalize their praise by pointing to the dishonest polling of 896 potential audience members made to believe that the $53,000 reconciliation playbill ad that they read will actually result in a performance that delivers true civilian oversight. While those of us who were interested enough to attend the actual performance and all of the rehearsals leading up to it to know what a turkey the oversight performance will really be. So as a last appeal, all we can ask of those of you who will vote tonight is that you abandon the 63% crutch offered from that poll of those falsely led to believe a great performance will be delivered.
Thank you. Your time
and
is up.
apply individual thought
Thank you, sir.
to the quality of the script,
Sir, time is
the
up.
players,
Thank you very much.
their relationship to the players, and the setting.
Sir, I'm so sorry, sir. The time is up. Next speaker, please.
And vote accordingly.
Thank you very much.
The proposed police oversight
Your-
commission
The microphone's off, sir. So,
has no oversight authority.
sir,
Using that
your time is up.
on the ballot
All right, sir.
is fraudulent.
Thank you, sir. Time is up. Next speaker, please.
I would give Mr. Downing most of my time. My name is Richard Lindeman. I was with Sue Lucero on the CPCC Commission. And I hate to say it, but it's been pretty much a fraudulent commission since its inception. You know, it has no real bearing because it didn't matter what we decided on any case. Sometimes the city manager agreed with us, usually when we said no. Sometimes he agreed a couple of times when we said yes. But it's still up to the city manager's discretion. And that's where the problem lies. If we have something that has been recommended here, this should not stand at this point, and it should go into a actual election and be a real independent organization, because the CPCC is not, and this derivation of it is not again. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Corliss Lee here. I did appreciate the professional report. I learned a lot from watching that. And I didn't have time to really digest it. It wasn't in the staff report information. But my first question would be, why would we choose the model that is least likely to have public confidence? And that's on those charts. It said in there that it was critical to have a high level of transparency with this chosen model. And, Long Beach isn't famous for transparency, but when I read the documents on this, it talked more about confidentiality. So it would be very difficult to get transparency along with confidentiality. Those are two opposing things to me. But my real question is, what is the problem we're solving? I can't figure that out. I mean, I hear it doesn't work, but it sounds like we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We haven't gone through and picked out what doesn't work and what can we do to fix it. Right now, we have a citizen commission that has a lot of rights. They can initiate an investigation, hold a hearing, subpoena witnesses, document a disposition. Those are big responsibilities. All of those authorities have been removed. So it sounds like we thought that was a failed model. And I think we're going to have to take out the word citizen commission if we go with the choice that's being made here. Because this is not a citizens commission. This is a professional model. You're looking at bringing in a professional to do the things that you had citizens doing. Anyway, the investigative reports, are those causing the city problems in court? I mean, I wonder, I keep looking at this and saying, what is the problem we're fixing? Who benefits from it? And I just heard the last speaker say the POA and City Hall benefit. I'll tell you how I don't feel we benefit. This is going to cost more. We're going to have to hire people to do this. So if we were really getting something better, perhaps that'd be worth it. But I just heard all those other speakers tell you that we're not financing the basics of running the city. I mean, we have a whole department that's working hours and hours of overtime, and we're talking about bringing in more high-level executives. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Your presentation was very informative, and I too learned a lot, but it still leaves me with some questions. And I know that we need to do something. We got to do something quick and fast because we can't continue down the path that we've been traveling historically with policing and what it brings to the community, especially Black and brown communities. There needs to be transparency. There needs to be accountability, and there's none of that. So when we look at an oversight committee, I do believe that maybe citizens still need to be involved with that as well as having it brought to the attention and maybe put on the ballot so that citizens can vote on that to have a say in what's going on or who's chosen for that job position. With that being said, anybody you made a mention about having an expert being expert in that field. For somebody to be an expert in the field for this director position, I question, what does that actually mean? What are they expert in? What concerns me is that now brings in another law enforcement mindset. And again, how do we screen out those potential risks? That is still a risk, and they're still working hand in hand with police officers again. So with that being said, clearing those things up, making sure that we do have community input in that. That's very crucial in there. If we're going to have accountability and trust to build community trust, the only way we're going to do that is if there's transparency and we're actually involved in that. So with that said, again, making sure that we clear up what are those expertise you're looking for, involving the community in that. Yeah, building up some trust and transparency. We need it all the way around. How do we work together? We can't continue down this path. The reality is people are still dying on the street. And they look like me. Something's got to change. If you want law enforcement to have respect, they must have respect too. But first and foremost, accountability. How about we get rid of qualified immunity too? Black lives do matter.
Thank you. That concludes another public comment that's here lined up. I think we have a one that's going to be online.
Ann Contrell. Your time begins now.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up for a previous comment. I did not have my hand up for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We have a motion by Councilmember Austin. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really want to thank the people who came out and provided public comment and provided input throughout this process to get us to this point. I will just say that I had the privilege of serving on the Citizen Police Complaint Commission from, I believe, 2003 to 2007. I served as chair of the commission, and it certainly is not a perfect commission. And there were a lot of frustrations with the commissioners about, you know, sometimes a lack of power, lack of transparency, lack of authority to really make a difference. But I've learned a lot over the course of you know, my time personally on the city council as well. I just want to give everybody a little bit of a background. You know, when the Citizen Police Complaint Commission was put in place, what, 30 years ago, 1992, I believe the first executive director had a law enforcement background. And the second executive director had a law enforcement background. And the third executive director had a law enforcement background. And it wasn't until recently, maybe the last 10 years or so, that a civilian kind of got the position of executive director. But during the course of that period of time, we also saw the staffing of that commission significantly reduced, right? That's on the city council. That's on the city manager. And the effectiveness of that commission was impacted as a result of that. The culture was set up front early with the executive directors and the managers of that commission. And I can go into to even more detail on that. Recently, just within the last couple of years, and I'll ask the city attorney, when did we opine that the CPCC had subpoena authority? Maybe you can help me out with that, city manager, somebody from the city manager's office. That's a direct question.
Yeah, this is Dawn McIntosh. We'd have to look into when exactly that happened and get back to you, Councilmember Austin.
I believe it was recently, within the last couple of years, right? It was this, okay, actually the CPCC does have subpoena authority. And for all these years, they didn't utilize this authority or this tool that they had, or we had, because we were told we couldn't ask certain questions or we couldn't get certain information. Well, I think that was a game changer, the opinion from the city attorney's office to give the CPCC subpoena authority. I like the fact that we've gone through this exercise and looked at other models and even I mentioned earlier, every model is meant to be changed. But I think this model can be actually changed and we can achieve this hybrid model that we're looking to achieve through a administrative action, through actions that our city manager already has, the tools at his disposal to empower the commission even further. The proposed commission, to me, devalues the citizens, right? It takes the citizen component and the citizen oversight component away from the model. And as somebody I think astutely mentioned, it makes it a professional model, right? It creates another high-paid manager with all right, direct accountability to the city council, but I mean, where's the citizen involvement? I think that's really what's missing here. And so I'm troubled. I want to, and certainly I really want to make some reforms to our city CPCC. I've always said that I think there are administrative tools that we can do. One thing that was actually missing from tonight's presentation that we received a couple of weeks ago was actually the cost difference of the current model versus what is being proposed. It's going to be significant. We're going to add several staff members to be able to support this this new auditor model, but the current model is deficient with staff. We have to ask ourselves, how much better could this model be if we added a couple of investigators, if we added the administrative staff to allow them to at least do their reports on time? I understand our reports. We haven't had a report. When was the last time the city council voted on a CPCC report? Right? They're delayed. They're late. Right? Because it's a staffing challenge. And I would challenge staff to challenge me on that. This model goes from 11 commissioners to 7 commissioners with less responsibilities. This model doesn't afford our commissioners to investigate the small things that really impact people's engagement. It's not just the officer involved shootings and great bodily injuries and use of force issues. It's respect. It's the engagement that people have with police officers. This officer called me a racial slur. This person, mentioned my sexuality. Those are complaints that the CPCC deals with that won't be dealt with under this model at all, as I can tell today. And so,
Councilman Austin, your time is up.
I understand my time is up. I'll requeue, but I'm having a tough time justifying moving forward with this model and taking it to the voters because I think it needs some work. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilman Austin, was that? I'm assuming that was not was that a motion?
So my motion would be to not approve staff's recommendation tonight and continue to work on our civilian oversight model.
Okay, so is there a second on that motion?
I'll second Mungo.
Okay, so Councilman Mungo, do you have any comments on that?
No, just open to hearing from my colleagues.
Okay, I have no one else queued up right now. I have a motion and a second. Anyone else have any comments?
I guess I'd like to ask a couple quick questions. Councilmember Austin, I hear a ton of passion in your voice, and I know you have a lot of experience in this. And I guess I would ask what a timeline would be, because I think that it's moving in the right direction. I do agree there are some challenges. I also know that the community is looking for change now. And I heard you say that you think within the scope of the city manager's authority, we could make some of those changes. What would that timeline look like, and how would we involve the community in that?
Well, I'll just put forward my recommendations based on what I've heard from the community. People want independent commission. They want a commission with teeth. Well, the training for commissioners should be done independently. How about that, right? Provide the training for these commissioners, and maybe it's that professional auditor or investigator that comes in and provides that training. Improve the communication, the budget that allows this commission to communicate with the public that would improve the public trust, right? As it stands right now, it doesn't matter if it's a CPCC existing model or a new model. If we don't build a communication and a way to engage the public, we're never going to have the public trust, and we're going to have the same problem that we have today, right? And so that I don't even see that in this new model. And I think we need to staff this ensure that we staff the CPCC with civilians, investigators, and administrative staff, individuals that don't have conflicts necessarily. Those will be just initial.
And I think one of my initial hesitations is one of the public speakers came forward today and said, who is selecting these commissioners? And I think that that's a big question in the integrity of the body. I think that having community input in the selection of the commissioners could be an important factor. And so I'm open to seeing where this motion goes. And I'm also open to letting it go to the voters and them saying that they feel the same way you do, Councilmember Austin. So thank you for your passion about this important matter.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really curious what is it, that about, because we have a decrease from 11, commissioners to 7, which will still be part of representative that there's still going to be city resident commissioners. So the question I have is, how is it, are residents still able to make complaints to IA as they normally would? So people who have concerns, still everyday people about the police would still be able to do that, right?
That is correct. There is no change in that process in terms of them being able to go to the police department, because right now the majority of the complaints that we receive to CPCC come directly through the police department. So that process would not change.
And as far as my understanding, having also served as the chair of the Citizen Police Complaint Commission, I have heard loud and clear from many of my colleagues here about, one of my colleagues who I serve here that shared that he feels this is a much more independent process that will allow that residents' voices who made the complaint would be heard even more, because it's not going to be going through the concerns I've heard a lot from my colleagues who served on the commission was the concern about it going through the city manager, versus now it's going to be investigated by an independent individual who will be able to review numerous materials that we don't have access to, but this director would also have the ability to report to the commission on that person's finding as well, right?
That is correct. Any report that's prepared by the director would go to the commission en route to the city council.
Okay. So I felt that there was a thorough process in getting feedback from our consultants, and really felt like this is a redesign based on what people have asked for. Obviously, the next steps will be determined by the voters in order for us to determine how the next process will be. So I like to make a substitute motion and go back to supporting our original item on the agenda right now.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion to go back to, I believe, the staff recommendation, if that's the way to phrase it, to move to the charter amendment, to move to the ballot. There's a second by Councilwoman Allen. Let me keep going on the list. Councilman Allen, did you have any additional comments on the second? Okay. Councilman Austin?
Yes, thank you so much. Well, I want to be clear. I support civilian oversight very much, right? I was very much involved in the process. I'm just not sure that, and nothing convinces me that this is going to change or add the public confidence that we're looking to instill. I would ask the city manager, can you do a cost comparison in terms of what our existing model is right now and what you propose to be? I thought it was $1.4 million and an additional, 5 staff for civilian oversight versus our current model at 2.5 full-time employees. Is that correct?
The current model is 2.5 employees, and the recommendation is for an additional 4 employees. The net additional cost under this new model is just shy of 1 million. It's 900,000 to add the additional employees and the support for the commission.
Okay, well, I mean, I think, obviously, we want to make sure that we are a quality city doing all we can. We're in our budget process right now, and we heard a lot of public comment about employees and workforce challenges. I would just venture to say that we have a lot of other priorities right now that we should be putting an additional $1 million toward right now. Or we could bolster the existing CPCC with staffing, right? And get a stronger result out of the existing model that we have today. And that's the only my only that's something that I think this council should take into strong consideration. I understand, yes, we went through a great process, and doesn't mean that at the end of the day, we're walking out with a perfect model, because this is certainly what is proposed, not a perfect model. And you heard that from staff as well. You heard that this you're going to have the same criticisms. You're going to have confusion. You're going to have citizens who are confused with the model and don't know who to report to or how to even access it. Those are challenges with the existing model that will continue to be the situation if we are move forward with what is recommended today. And I would just say to you, ultimately, the accountability for civilian oversight rests with this body, with the city council, right? We are the responsible people for this. We set the priorities, we set the tone for our city, we set the budget. We are the people that are accountable for failures in our systems. If our city manager is over the CPCC and the CPCC is not functioning, then that's on us, because we hire the city manager and he hires the manager for the city CPCC. I honestly believe that we have the ability to have a strong hybrid model, to improve the model that we have with the tools that we have today. And what we heard earlier from our police department should have been encouraging, because there's a culture shift within policing as well. So with that, I mean, that's fine. There's been a substitute motion. We can play this game and go back and forth. I will offer the substitute motion, right? To consider, to further study this matter, right? And ask staff to come back to the city council at a later date with 3 options for civilian oversight that will help meet our needs of public trust, accountability, and transparency. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a substitute motion. Is there a second on the substitute motion, please? Okay, so there's I believe that was Councilwoman Mungo. Did I hear that correctly?
I'm happy to do it. I thought it was Roberto, but I could be wrong. I'm happy to be the seconder. I also have a question.
No, there was no one's done the second yet. I heard someone from the video. I thought it was.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a substitute motion, which I think we've heard. Did you have comments, Councilwoman Mungo?
I do. I'd like to ask the makers of all motions on the floor to consider a friendly amendment that immediately, regardless of if this passes the voters or goes to the voters, depending on which motion passes, that the city manager is instructed to include the additional staffing effective October 1 with the passage of the new budget year. I'm comfortable with both options on the floor, but I do strongly feel that both Councilman Sorrow and Councilman Austin, who've served on this commission, feel that it is significantly understaffed. While we all agree that there are lots of needs in the city and that they're important, we have heard from the community that they would like additional oversight. And I think that an immediate way to do that, regardless of which method we choose, is to staff the commission appropriately. So Councilmember Austin, are you open to that friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
And I know that I cannot make a friendly amendment to a motion that is not currently on the floor, but should this motion fail, I ask that any subsequent motion consider my friendly. Thank you.
I would just ask,
yes.
what would you think is appropriate staffing, right? Currently, we have a manager, maybe an investigator, and an admin or half-time admin. I think at least 2 investigators need to be added to this, and a full-time admin. So going from 2.5 to 4 or 5 FTEs to me would be appropriate staffing.
As chair of Budget Oversight Committee, I'm going to yield that to you and say yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. I have Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few thoughts on this, and it's been a while since we had a substitute conversation, so I'm actually kind of excited about this. Just real quick, just in terms of process, if this doesn't move forward tonight, it can't happen for this election. It has to be reconsidered for a future election, right? 2024. I don't know that I want to pass this discussion on to a future council. I won't be a part of that council, so I would like to, take some action. I would say a few things. One, I appreciate the history that was given tonight about how sort of the staffing had changed, and at one point it was law enforcement focused, then it was more civilian, and I appreciate that. But I think that actually underscores the flaw with the CPCC, is that any given council or city manager with a different style or leader can have a significant impact on how effective it is, and it's largely outside of the one paragraph or so, the small the description within the charter. Most of it is programmatic, and program can be powerful certainly, but policy is progress. And I think what I like about the hybrid model is that it acknowledges that we live in systems. The police department is a system guided by policies made by people. And times change and standards evolve. But if your system isn't evolving, it's difficult to make sure that we are always getting better. And I believe that systems should always get better. Looking at a system that evaluates both the ability to go in, because it's a hybrid, go in and review investigations with citizens, but also to have an auditor who's keeps a lens on trends and systems. I think that's interesting, and I think that is a more modern model. I would ask that staff just pull up that slide that compares the 3 models, because I think that was really telling, and I hadn't seen that slide before. No, the one that said the positives and the negatives. Is this it? Okay. So I thought this was good. If you take review focused and auditor focused and you compare the positives, the strengths, and the weaknesses, I think these are some of the things that people have been asking for. So if you look at review focused, because we're moving away from investigation focused, because right now there's 2 investigations. There's an internal investigation and a citizen investigation. This model allows you under review to review the internal investigation and to audit trends. So here's what I think is great. Under potential strengths, provide civilians input into the complaint investigations. That's a good thing. May increase public trust in the investigation process. That's a good thing. Then when you look at monitor focused, often more robust public reporting. That's transparency. That's something people want to see. That's something I'd like to see. That's a good thing. may be more effective in promoting long-term systems change in policing. That's something that's a priority for me, that we continue to have a better police department and a better city in the long term. So I actually like that long-term view. I also like the slide that highlighted that we're looking at best practices across cities that are our size: Fresno, Oakland, Riverside, Sacramento, Anaheim. When we think about policy, it's always good to look at other agencies that are similar in size, because as they evolve, we should evolve as well and learn from their best practices and improve on it. We should be a leader and help improve those areas as well. I also like this presentation provided examples on how, because that wasn't there before. You provided examples on how this could be used. And before I run out of time, I'm going to ask you to go over those examples again. Not right now, but I'm going to make a point. I think often the discussion when things happen is what happened. I think there's not enough discussion about why it happened and how we keep it from happening in the future. And that's what's interesting to me about looking at the systems model by including the auditor controller. That's what's interesting to me. So I know that the CPCC is not perfect, and I know that it hasn't been funded the way it needs to be funded, and that needs to be corrected. I also know there's a transition in place should this be adopted by voters, and we should fund that immediately to make sure that we don't miss a beat. But I think we have a responsibility to take what's been presented, and I like the timeline that was presented today, from reconciliation, all the discussion 2 years ago to today. We have a responsibility to put this in front of the voters and let the voters decide. So I support moving forward with staff recommendation tonight, with also adding what Councilmember Mungo mentioned in terms of let's make some recommendations to improve CPC staffing today. And that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. I want to say that the thing that I'm frustrated with is I followed this all along, and I know the staff member who was leading this is no longer with the city, but this is when you talk about a city as large as the Titanic and you take a step like this is a Titanic turning decision. And I am just disappointed in the staff that this is happening at the 11th hour, because I feel like the items being brought forward have put us as a council in a really tight spot of a hope that the city brings back alternatives that are better, which I know there are some, or accept this and put it towards the voters. And if the voters feel, as some have stated today, that they're frustrated with this, I worry about the additional lack of public trust that could come from putting forward something that the community doesn't feel heard their needs. I do really appreciate the points brought up by Councilmember Richardson. And I appreciate that the proposal is ambitious and says this may happen or that may happen. But I think what I heard from the community is there's not a system to guarantee it. And I get it. We're all people, and the system is based on the people within it, and that they do the right thing and we select the right people. And again, that's why I've been torn tonight. But I do want to appreciate the staff and the work that they've done so far to get us to where we are, and to help us have an option. And I would just ask that we look back at this in 2 years and say that items like this should be coming before the council with at least 120 days of deliberation, where all presentations have been brought forward appropriately. With that, I support both the substitute motion and the substitute motion, and I appreciate the staff and all the work they've done. And I think we've learned some good lessons today, and I appreciate the community for coming forward with some really good input and feedback. And I applaud Councilmember Austin for trying to make those steps to make the resolutions and changes that he hears from the community. And I also appreciate Councilwoman Sorrow and her pursuit of a solution for the voters to consider. So thank you.
Okay, back to Vice Mayor Richardson.
Just one thing that I left off on, I didn't actually allow you to finish the question. I asked you to just review one time those examples that you gave, because I thought that was very compelling to help explain to the public what we can do now that we couldn't do before. If you could just do that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The three specific different examples. So scenario number one, this is a case where the director, it's outlining the director's authority when there is a use of force incident that's resulting in great bodily injury. The director can respond to the scene and observe the investigation and how it's being handled. They do not have the authority to do that now. They can review the complaint before it's investigated to ensure that all of the appropriate allegations surrounding that particular case are included in the investigation. There's no opportunity to do that under the current model. They can audit the case to ensure that the investigation is thorough, that it's done in a timely manner, and that it's done with the highest level of quality. Again, there is no opportunity right now for the CPCC to actually audit an investigation and make recommendations. Based on the findings from the investigation, the director can present the recommendations for the police department. Anything regarding policy, practice, or changes, those can come to the city council under this model. That is not an authority that the current CPCC has, where any of their recommendations come to the city council. The director has the authority to investigate the use of force incident when it results in great bodily injury if it's requested by the city manager. Again, that is not a current authority that the CPCC has. So that is example number one. That was when there was a great bodily injury. Scenario number two, the director has the ability to respond to the scene, to observe the investigation and how it's being handled. They can rely, obviously, on their own observations of the scene when considering the evidence that's being collected and the witnesses being interviewed. Again, that's not an authority that they have currently. The commission can receive a briefing from the police department and the director on the specific incident where it's an officer-involved shooting so that they can understand how the event will be reviewed and how it will be processed by the department when the department conducts their investigation. The director can review the investigation for thoroughness, timeliness, and quality. They can, based on the findings from the investigation when it's completed by the IA and their review of the investigation, they can present recommendations for the department regarding policy or practices. And again, those recommendations will come directly to the city council for consideration. And lastly, if an officer-involved shooting occurs, the director has the authority to investigate that officer-involved shooting if it's requested by the city manager. And just to go back on that one case, if you could go back 1 second. And on this one, the city manager's role here is to request that they investigate. They would not be actually conducting the investigation. The internal affairs department would continue to investigate. That is always their role. But the city manager can request a specific investigation for this type of incident. Lastly, the third is in a case where there is a complaint against the command staff. The director has the authority to investigate a complaint against the police chief or any of the command staff if he's requested by the city manager. The director would conduct that investigation and provide a report of their findings directly to the city council. As I mentioned earlier, just want to point out that in this case, we talked about the communication directly with the commission. Any report that's prepared by the director would come to the commission so that there is a public review of that report prior to its being forwarded to the city council.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, the director has access to all police department records, reports, personnel, and witnesses. And again, that is an authority that the current model does not provide.
Thank you, Ms. Tatum. I'm going to go back. I have Councilmember Supernaw and then Councilmember Austin.
Thank you. So on the slides, if Linda Tatum could reiterate there, I think I heard at least on two of the bullet points, there was a caveat of if you know, asked by the city manager. My understanding was this whole idea was to give the director autonomy from the city manager. So my question is, are we just following some other city's model, and is there some rationale for why that caveat is in there on a couple of bullet points?
The point of including that language in there is to stress that because this is not an investigative model, it really is designed to ensure that in some cases that are of great concern to the community, that the city manager has a role or a role in asking to ensure that those incidents of interest to the community, that there is a path so that the investigator can then review those, the director can then review the investigations that are conducted by the police in those specific incidents. Again, it's just highlighting and encouraging greater transparency to the community in those incidents, because otherwise...
Okay, well, maybe I didn't frame my question right, but I'm unclear on why the city manager has a role here. Well, we're hiring a director, paying him a lot of money. Why doesn't the director have that authority without approval from the city manager?
I see, and I understand your question. Again, I think the interest there was because this is not an investigative model. The idea is to try to not have this body or this director be consumed with investigations, because their primary role is to look at the whole process, policies, procedures, and operations much more systemically, and to minimize the incidents in which they would need to actually go directly into reviewing a particular case.
And this is Tom.
I just like to comment that what I've heard generally over the years is that the city manager did not act when there was an expectation that the city manager would act. I see the flaw here, that we would be back to square one possibly, but we'll have spent a lot more money for the process. So in that regard, I'm tending to want to support the sub by Councilman Bras. Thank you.
And if I can help clarify, this is Tom. This really is designed where the city manager will not have authority over the director. They don't report to me, which is currently the CPC staff report to me. They report to you. So you will hire them, you will fire them. All the things that Linda mentioned, the ability to review, the ability to be on site, none of that requires city manager involvement. There was a provision, though, to say in the event that we say we want them to be more involved in an investigation, that's where the city manager could request that they be more involved in those lists of duty. But all the reviews, what they pick, what they choose to look at, how they make their recommendations, the city manager has no involvement in that. I can't direct them, and I don't want to. I want them to be completely independent from me. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to actually have Councilman Austin, Councilman Price. I want to make some comments, and then we'll go through the votes. Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen. I understand we have an election coming up in November, right? And there are those on this council who are enthusiastic about making change and getting something done, right? I want to get something done, but I want it to be done right. Our charter gives the city council the authority to direct the city manager, because we're an elected body, we're a legislative body. We can direct the city manager. We don't direct any other personnel in the city, but city manager, right? It's in almost every council item that comes before the council, right? We hire the city manager. We fire the city manager. So under what's being proposed here is an auditor model that the city council would hire, right? But nowhere in this does it say that the city council has any sort of authority to direct that individual through votes, right? What you hear now is that the city manager has the ability to do that, right? And so I think there's a flaw here that is one that needs to be considered strongly. Again, I support civilian oversight. I want our civilian oversight process to have teeth and be robust, but I want to be thorough with it, and I want to make good policy. And I think, there's a lot to be desired here. I'm really concerned about the excess cost, and there's no guarantee that we're going to get the return that we want on this, right? Our voters. And by the way, you can send anything related to civilian oversight to the voters. They're probably going to pass it, right? We understand that. We understand that. Just like, there's a number of other things that if you just put before the voters, they're going to vote for it because in theory, they support it. Everybody supports oversight, but I think they want good policy, and they want us, and they're looking to us to bring forward good policy, sound policy. Are we being fiscally responsible? Are we checking the boxes? And again, to Councilmember Mungo's point, this does feel a bit rushed, and again, we should not put something on the ballot just to say that we did it and to check the box. Let's make sure that we get it right.
Thank you.
Stand by my motion.
Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to highlight what the city manager just reiterated, that allowing the city manager to initiate an investigation or a review does not mean that the director is precluded from doing so. Is that correct? Mr. City Manager?
No.
Can you rephrase that? I wasn't quite following the question. Can you say that again?
Sure. So the language that Councilman Supernaw talked about with the provisions that allow the city manager to request an investigation or a review does not preclude the director from being able to look into matters. It's just that if they don't, and the city manager wants them to or thinks that they should, they can direct them to.
So I think the issue is the review versus investigation. The investigation is conducting a specific investigation, and since that's not their role anymore, that would be with the police department unless it was specifically requested by the city manager in certain instances as like an extra step on top of what police is doing. For the reviews or anything they want to ask questions about, if they want to know about a specific complaint and what happened, they don't have to ask me, they don't have to do anything. They have the full authority to do and review at anything and everything, all policies, even specific investigations. They're allowed to poll and say, I want to see 10% of all investigations that are done and review every single one of those and have all access, and they don't need city manager approval at all for that. It is just if we ask them to go into an investigative mode where, for example, if the chief of police comes under a complaint, I need to do that separately than in the police department. We would have the ability to request this commission to do that for us, and they would look at it completely independently.
Okay. I understand, I appreciate everyone's comments, and I definitely do understand where everyone's coming from. But, what I don't understand is the reference to this as being this 11th hour kind of decision. We've been talking about this charter amendment for a very long time. We've taken input, we've offered comments, and I think there's been a lot of input into this process already. And I think that the voters and the residents of the city want to see us move forward with a model that's better than what we currently have. It may not be the perfect model. It may need adjustments down the road. It may need us to make further modifications in the form of additional amendments by vote of the people in the future. But I think that we've been working towards progress. And my thoughts, and I completely hear what you're saying, Councilman Austin, but my thoughts are, if we were to go with the substitute, where does that leave us in terms of any major modifications to the commission? Does that then put us in a situation where we're looking at additional recommendations by consultants for additional models for the next election cycle? Because if that's the case, then I don't know that that's fair to the voters who have been engaged in this process up to this point. So maybe if I can have some clarification on that, because we've been engaged. We've all been asking questions. We've been talking to people. Some of us have talked about this at community meetings. And so I think the process that we've arrived at today, to me, does not seem like an 11th hour, but that could just be to me. But I would like to hear your thoughts.
Well, what you haven't heard is the city manager say that he doesn't, or they lack the authority to create a hybrid model that actually can implement some of these recommendations without going to the ballot. And maybe that's a question for the city manager. Is that possible? What can you do to create a hybrid model that goes beyond the investigative model and potentially includes some of the review and potential maybe auditor authority? Can we create a position, without going to a ballot? Is that possible? Can we tweak this model under our current model?
So this is
I don't
Tom.
want to take your time, but that's a question for the city.
I think those are very fair questions. So I don't view it as taking my time at all. I'd love the answers to those questions as well.
Yes, this is Tom. So we didn't cover it tonight, but there were recommendations in the Polis report on how to improve the current CPCC model. And if you remember back when we presented that to you back in February, when we made this decision, do we move down this road or not, we gave the option, if we don't, we would still recommend that you make improvements to the CPCC. There are things, though, that we're not able to change. In the charter, it specifies what they do and what they're not allowed to do. And so those we would not be able to change without going back to a charter amendment. But in terms of adding investigative staff, in terms of improving the way that we report on things, there's a number of those that we could review with you that are in the report that we think are good ideas. So one way or the other, whether you support this tonight or if we don't support it tonight, we would be making changes to the CPCC.
And let me go back to Councilman Price, and as we kind of wrap up this debate, Councilman Price, do you have any additional comments or questions?
The only thing that I wanted to comment on is a lot of the frustration for me is the lack of structure right now for this auditor position, for this director position. And I know that I asked about it last week, and we said that, at some point, once the charter amendment, goes to the voters, then we would sit down and we would talk about the structure. But, my concern about the position is it sounds great in theory, but I am worried that the position could be politicized by virtue of the fact that it reports to the city council. And no offense to our current structure, but, people count the votes and they see where the majority is, and priorities shift based on where the votes are. And, that's, to me, that's a fundamental flaw with just our current process right now that we have with our city manager structure. And I don't want to see that structure. And that's not to criticize anyone. I'm just saying it's a flaw in the process. And I would hate to see that flaw carried over to an important role like this, because what we don't want is a role like this to be politicized. But I understand the structure of this position is not something that would be formed prior to it being approved by the voters. But that is a concern that I have that I want to make sure that I articulate.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think that I don't see any other council comments on the board. I'm going to make some comments and then we'll go to our series of votes. So I'm just going to say a few broad comments. I do appreciate all the comments we heard today, and I especially appreciate. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mungo. Additional comments.
Thank you. I would just amend my friendly amendment to say not only should we consider the staffing, but regardless of whether or not this goes on the ballot, I think that Mr. Modica should start a process of implementing those things that were recommended, or at least bring back a list of those things that were recommended by the consultant that we can implement immediately, October 1, with the resources. And that would be my modified friendly if Councilmember Austin's okay with it. And regardless of what happens, I'd propose the same to Councilwoman Sorrow. Thank you.
To that end, that's where we want to end. So I'd certainly accept that from the amendment.
Good, thank you. That's for the motion that's on the floor. So let me go back and then say a few comments. So I want to just first say that I do appreciate the different opinions of the council and the community. This is a really important topic, and I think the reason why folks are struggling is because we have a system currently in place that does not work. And I think we've got to be very clear about what's happened over the last couple of years. We started out this endeavor with this idea that we believe the CPCC needed to have reform. And in talking to folks that currently serve, that have served in the past, it's no question that many of the folks that currently serve and have served also believe there needs to be reform. More broadly speaking, we have to remember that we've been working within the confines of something that the public has passed, and it's been in place now for decades. At the end of the day, the idea of a reformed commission is to provide more police accountability, for there to be more direct accountability from the public to our police department and to build trust. The current system we have, and we've had incredible people serving on it, including 2 members of our city council, is not providing the level of oversight that I believe this moment and the public has demanded. And so we can choose to continue doing what we've been doing in the past, and in my opinion has not worked, but there have been good efforts, and the people that serve on these commissions have done really great work and have worked really hard to be the best possible commissioners that they can be. So this is not on them, it's a system that we have in place. Or we can actually try to make some reforms and create a system that is more accountable, which I believe the public has been demanding in protests, in letters, in coming before us, and in asking us to do more in this area. Personally, particularly during the George Floyd protests that happened and all the actions around Black Lives Matter that were happening, I personally made a commitment to many community members that we would look at the CPCC as a place that needed reform. To me, I think that at the center of what makes this proposal strong is the auditor system that is appointed and accountable to the city council. And in a democracy, anytime you make a position more accountable or directly accountable to the body, which is accountable to the public, I think is a stronger system. The city council only appoints not even a handful of positions. You appoint a city manager and you appoint a city clerk. Those are the 2 positions that actually this body actually hires. This would create a 3rd direct report where you would have an auditor system that is also accountable to the council. And the council is the democratic representative of the public. And if the public demands change, they go through the council, they go to the mayor. And so to create a system where you don't have a layer of bureaucracy, which currently exists within the system we have now and the city manager, you're actually creating a position that is as close to the public as possible, in my opinion, in a representative government, which is why I think this model is so unique. And I think the potential is really strong. I also want to add, as far as some of the concerns that were brought up, and I respect all of them, I'm not concerned with costs. This is an incredibly important issue. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars. We're talking about ensuring that people feel that their law enforcement is accountable to the public. And so I think the cost is worth the investment that the city should make. And I think that the public has demanded us to invest in ways that bring transparency. And I think this reformed commission is able to do so. I will also just note that this initial proposal was brought to the council in February. I believe it was January, February. And the staff have been working at the direction and input of the council to actually present what it actually is in front of us. So this has been a building block of different types of suggestions from the public. And I'll also say this, and I disagree some. I actually trust voters. I believe that people can go to the ballot and make decisions on what's in front of them. And I do believe that we either choose to continue the system we have now for another couple of years, because this would not be able to be on the ballot. It's a charter amendment, I believe, till 2024. Or we put a different model in front of the voters for them to decide that this other additional model could be better. I personally believe this model that is being proposed by staff and the consultants and all the community input is a better model. Is it the exact model that I personally would have written or designed myself? I think it would have made, there's something that I would have made different, but it's a consensus that staff and folks that you guys consulted, including current commissioners, former commissioners in the community, developed. And so I do support moving forward with this recommendation of putting this on the ballot. I understand that other folks may not support that, and that's okay. And we have different opinions on that. But I will add that there are very few things that are stronger than a new direct report to this body, one which I will not serve on, but all of you will still be here, and that the public can hold this council accountable to the actions of the auditor and how the auditor is monitoring and investigating any issues that relates to law enforcement and the police department. So which is why I support bringing this forward to the public to vote on. I believe Councilman Austin, you queued up again. Councilmember Austin.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you said a lot there. I won't respond to everything, but I will just say that I will remind everybody here that I was the city council member that brought forth the initial motion to request reform of the CPCC, right? And I still very strongly support reforming the CPCC. I think I've talked about staffing at the CPCC for many years. And with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you've had 14 years to care about funding CPCC and civilian oversight. We haven't gotten to that point yet. And so we could have put a lot of resources into the existing model that we have to build that public confidence, to build the public trust, to ingratiate that commission with the voters and with the residents of the city. We failed. And I will say it's a collective body. The city council has failed in that regard, and we need to even. So if my motion fails tonight, that's fine. I mean, you've weighed in, Mr. Mayor. That's great. I will support the substitute motion to put this on the ballot if that's the case. But I can't guarantee you that I will recommend people vote for this because I see some inherent flaws in the policy, and I think we could do a lot better without going to the ballot. I think we could fix this internally. Everything doesn't need to go to the ballot, and when we go to a constitutional amendment, right? The only way to fix it is going back to the ballot, right? That's if we've learned anything from this exercise 30 years ago when Alan Lowenthal brought the CPCC, this existing model, to the city of Long Beach as a city council member, and he championed this as a model. We are now 30 years later looking to amend it because the only way we can do that is going to the ballot, right? But I also say that there are tools that we can employ as a city council and with our city manager to fix the model. There were a number of recommendations in that study that were and obviously that wasn't part of the presentation. But there are a number of recommendations in that study that could be employed and put forth tomorrow to fix the CPCC and make it a more robust commission and more responsive to the residents. So with that, I'm done. But happy to take the vote, go to a vote now, and move off this issue.
Thank you. We're going to go to a vote. I accept. Councilman Price, did you have additional comment?
I just had one clarifying question, Mr. Mayor. If we wanted to have additional changes and we didn't put it on the ballot tonight or approve this, would it be 2024? Would that be the next time, or would it be 2020? When would be the next opportunity?
Mr. Modica?
Charter changes are only allowed on the general election, so every 2 years you can do a charter change.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
2024.
Thank you. We have
Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember Austin and second by Councilwoman Mungo. That is a substitute motion. Please roll call and cast your votes, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Nay.
Councilwoman Allen?
No.
Councilwoman Price?
Nay.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
Nay.
Councilmember Oranga?
Nay.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Nay.
Motion failed.
We have the substitute motion, which I believe was by Councilwoman Sardo, and I believe the second was by Councilwoman Allen. And we'll do a roll call vote, please, on the Councilwoman Sardo's motion.
Excuse me, Mayor. I don't know that. I think Councilmember Mungo asked that her friendlies be considered on this motion if it was going to be heard, and I don't know that there's been an acceptance of those.
I haven't heard I haven't heard an acceptance of the friendlies. Is there? Would you want to repeat those really quickly, Councilman Mungo?
Yes, thank you. I would like to request a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor that regardless of if the voters approve or don't approve the ballot initiative in November, that effective in October through our budget process, we allocate funds to staff up the CPCC and work and ask the city manager to bring back a list of the recommendations that were provided by the consultant that he plans to implement immediately. Thank you.
I will accept your initial friendly to look to supporting the CPCC, but not the additional second part of the friendly that was added later to looking at a list of stuff that's
additional.
Yeah,
Thank
additional. I just will take the part about looking into supporting CPCC, looking at the funding source additionally.
Okay, so that part of the
Thank you.
friendly's been accepted. And Councilman Allen, you accept that? Okay. So roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sarro?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga?
Aye.
Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that item. We're going to be going to item 26, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 26 is a report from City Attorney, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code, establishing and designating the political subdivision or districts of the City of Long Beach, and adding section 1.20.020 to maintain final adopted maps on an internet web page for at least 10 years, read and adopted as read citywide.
Thank you. Can I get a motion and a second, please? Need a second on that? Okay, there's a second by Councilmember Austin. So Councilwoman Sarro, Councilmember Austin. Any public comment?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 26 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Mr. Mayor, we need to take a vote. Councilwoman Sendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano? Councilman Supano? Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sarro?
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga? Councilman Uranga? Councilman Austin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Next item, please, which will do 21.
Item 21 is a report from Economic Development, recommendation to adopt resolution declaring a 7.2-acre City of Long Beach owned parcel located at 429 Shoreline Village Drive in the Thailands area of the city as held by the city in trust, and authorize city manager to execute any documents necessary to ensure compliance with the Surplus Land Act and state regulations relating thereto. District 1.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second, please? Motion by Councilman Zendejas, second by Councilwoman Allen. Any public comment?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 21 in person, please sign up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Let's do our roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supana. Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga. Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Number 23, please.
Item 23 is report from financial management. Recommendation to adopt resolution authorizing city manager to execute a contract with Home Depot USA for furnishing and delivering materials on an as needed basis in a total annual amount not to exceed 1.2 million.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 23 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supana. Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga. Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 7-0.
Thank you. 24.
Item 24 is report from Health and Human Services. Recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all necessary documents with the Board of State and Community Corrections, California Violence Intervention and Prevention Cohort 4 to accept and expend grant funding in the amount of $3.9 million for the Long Beach Activating Safe Communities program citywide.
Thank you. Public comment?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 24 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. We have a comment in person.
Good evening. I wanted to speak on this item because I noticed in the recommendation that there was a lot of funding that was going to the police department, and that the intent with this recommendation was to really focus on safe communities programming. And as I mentioned earlier and last week as well, I am concerned with the consistent over-policing of Long Beach. I know the mayor wasn't here when I spoke on this earlier or last week, but I had mentioned that we have a history of consistently resorting to policing as a response or a solution to a lot of our issues. And I mentioned some examples using the unhoused, looking at education, the fact that we have given information to ICE, the fact that we had a concentration camp here in Long Beach ourselves. But what I am looking at is the mayor and the city manager referenced consistently the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Report. And in that report, it really focuses on looking to the community and what the community feels as adequate responses and solutions. And again, I want to reference that in that report, a key finding was looking at things like education reform, looking at things like more funding for schools and parks, looking at social services, looking at improved health care, looking at education of different cultures within the city as well. And I'm looking at this as an opportunity when we think about safe communities that we are looking at those solutions. And also earlier in the budget, there was a reference to looking at a program for cadets for the police department, but I'm thinking, why don't we do that for other types of services, social services like education or programs in social services or social work? We are not really thinking in an innovative way to how we can adequately provide these safer communities and really build up our communities. I think this is an opportunity to really be progressive, that perhaps we fund things like mental
mental health, counseling, again, education, social work within these communities rather than just resorting to policing only. Because when we look at policing, whether it's on bikes, whether they're unarmed, it doesn't matter. It's still policing, and that's automatically criminalizing our neighborhoods. So instead of always looking at how can we throw police funding in there, why are we not looking again to things like counseling, mental health, education, social work, and really investing in our communities in a real progressive way? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Was there any online comment? I don't believe so. Members, please go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supano.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Oranga. Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 8-0.
Thank you. Item 25.
Item 25 is a report from Technology and Innovation, recommendation to adopt specification and award a contract to CDCE Inc. for the purchase of public safety mobile data terminals for a total contract amount not to exceed $2.3 million citywide.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 25 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9 now. We have one in person.
Hi, talking about the technology and this funding. That's a lot of money being put out there. And one of the things I wanted to address with technology, I think that we need to be looking into things that can help the community instead of helping law enforcement. One thing in technology that I was thinking about is that fact that we should be using it to upgrade public toilets. We talked about parks earlier. I was looking at a thing on YouTube. You guys can Google it and you check it out. It's self-cleaning toilets. One, we can address the unhoused issue, and also with some of our communities, parks and recreation centers, being able to be cleaned and not vandalized. I urge you to Google and check it out because these are made of stainless steel. There's nothing that anybody really can damage in there, and it'll be better upkeep with the maintenance crew as far as what the city goes. So it should actually be kind of cost effective. New technology, look into something like that.
That concludes public comment. That concludes the regular agenda items. We're going to go back to...
We need to take a vote, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Roll call
Councilwoman
vote.
Sendejas.
I always forget we're not pushing the buttons anymore.
Aye. Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supano.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Saro.
Aye.
Councilmember Oranga. Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
The motion is carried 8-0.
Thank you. I've had multiple requests, and I agree. We're going to ask that the cap be actually moved to the next meeting. And this is probably one of the single most important presentations that this council needs to hear, that I want to hear. And so I think it's really important that we provide space to get a full presentation and ask questions and actually go through this in the detail that it deserves. And so unless there's any objection, we'll take a vote to, if I can get a motion in a second, to move this to the next meeting. Can I get a motion in a second, please? Okay. Is there any public comment on just the motion to move?
Mr. Mayor, can we ask who made the second?
The second was Councilman Allen.
Allen, thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on this item in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now.
Mayor, while we're waiting for public comment, just to note that if it's continued, it would need to be continued to a date certain so that we wouldn't have to renotice it.
Okay, that's fine.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Pete Marsh, 2nd District, and I do appreciate your desire to have a thorough discussion on this, and so I'll be back. Look forward to it. Approve it when you get it, and then strengthen it.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being here. I know how important this is to you, and so I think we want to give this the attention it deserves.
Yep. Hashtag electrify everything.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dave Schucliffe, their district. Hashtag electrify everything with renewables. I appreciate that the council wants to not do this at the 11th hour. I am someone who has been waiting for over 5 years for this hearing. I hope that it is date certain next week. Thank you.
Take the vote, please, for the date certain. Roll call.
Do what you need.
Is this moving to the next regular meeting?
Move to next possible meeting with date certain for.
And that would be the meeting of the 16th?
Whatever the meeting is. What is it? Next meeting is the 16th?
Yes, the 16th.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas?
Aye.
Councilwoman Allen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Price?
Aye.
Councilman Supano?
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
Aye.
Councilman Alston?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-0. 8-0, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We are doing the next hearing though. It should be quick. So we are going to do hearing 9, and that'll be our last item for the evening. So, Madam Clerk.
Item 9 is report from Economic Development, recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing regarding an economic subsidy associated with the First Amendment to Sales Tax Incentive Agreement with Allen Corporation pursuant to California Government Code Section 53083, and authorize city manager to execute all necessary to implement the agreement with Allen Corporations for the expanded Circle Porsche and Audi dealership located at 1855 North Lakewood Boulevard, District 4. And this does require an oath.
I do have a motion by Councilmember Supernaw and Councilwoman Allen. Do you want to do the oath?
Yes, you and each of you do solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now and pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Great. Let me turn this over to staff for a short.
Thank you. Yes, we have a couple things we have to read in the record. Johnny Vallejo, our Acting Director of Economic Development, will do that.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, this hearing is for an amendment to Sales Tax Incentive Agreement 32687 with the Allen Corporation doing business as Circle Porsche Audi, located at 1855 North Long Beach Boulevard. In 2011, City Council authorized the Sales Tax Incentive Agreement for Circle Porsche Audi. The agreement supported an expansion and redevelopment project that included renovation of the existing Audi dealership and expanding its operations by acquiring and renovating an adjacent 1.44 acre property for a separate Porsche dealership. The initial sales tax incentive established a 50% tax share of annual local sales and use tax above a base of $294,465 through 2022, or upon reaching a cap of $2.5 million, whichever came first. Allen Corporation is undergoing a significant expansion of the dealership, which includes a new showroom, new parts and service department, and an additional storage lot. Kaiser Marston Associates, the city's fiscal advisor, estimates that the expansion project cost will total $9.22 million and have an annual feasibility gap of $338,000. In support of expansion, investment, and retention of this Long Beach business, Allen Corporation has requested an extension of the terms of their initial sales tax incentive agreement. The proposed amendment would retain the same terms, with the city and Allant continuing to share 50-50 of the annual local sales and use tax generated above the base amount through December 2032, or upon Allant receiving $2.5 million from their share of local sales and use tax, whichever comes first. Based on current projections, the cumulative total of local sales tax generated during the 10-year term of the proposed agreement is estimated to be over $10.1 million with these new improvements. Of this amount, a maximum of $2.5 million will be paid to Allant, while the city would receive the expected $7.6 million in excess of that amount. The proposed agreement will retain and strengthen the position of this local business, preserve 87 existing full-time jobs, and create approximately 18 additional full-time jobs. Thank you, and this concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on item 9 in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. We do have one person in Zoom. Your time starts now. Can you please unmute yourself? That concludes public comment.
Okay, so there's no public comment on that. Councilmember Austin, do you have any comments?
That was super honest.
I'm
motion.
sorry, you're right. That was Councilmember Supernaw. It says Austin.
Okay.
For some reason, it says Austin.
So I'll just say I appreciate my colleagues' support. This is an iconic business. We appreciate them staying in Long Beach, and it's just been an iconic dealership at the traffic circle for over 50 years.
Thank you, Councilman Allen.
Yes, I agree. In my previous life, I had the opportunity to work with both of those dealerships, and it's it's hard to get a dealership to stay when they're inner city, and not on a freeway. And so I absolutely support this. It's good for the city, and it's good for our taxes. So thank you very much, and happy to support.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. We'll do the roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas. Councilwoman Sendejas. Councilwoman Allen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Price.
Aye.
Councilman Supano.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Aye.
Councilmember Uranga. Councilman Austin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
The motion is carried 8-0.
Thank you. That concludes the agenda. We do have general public comment. Is there a second general public comment? Did anybody speak?
If there are any members of the public that would like to speak on non-agenda items in person, please line up at the podium. In Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or dial *9. In person, you may begin.
Thank you, Dave Shukla, 3rd District resident. I have had the good fortune and stamina to make it to this point of the evening. I'd just like to note for the record that 2 days ago, Sunday evening around 5:15, there was a discharge of black smoke from one of the stacks at the AES plant on Studebaker Road. It was a couple hundred feet high, a couple thousand yards dispersed, including across the county line. It ran for over half an hour. There are pictures of it online. Regardless of whatever the proximal cause was for that particular event, we know that these facilities are aging. They aren't part of any zero emissions future. And they're part of the reason empirically why other jurisdictions have been able to progress on climate change, climate action faster, because they don't have dirty energy contracts like that in their jurisdictional boundaries or on their books. I would really, really, really like to see at some point, or even be allowed to present to the council if no one else can provide it, what the total renewable generation potential and the city boundaries, land and sea, could be for wind, water, and solar only. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we do have some announcements. So I just want to start that now that we have moved forward to place these items on the ballot, that we do have a call for argument writers that needs to begin, and that's a process that begins through the clerk's office. And the clerk, I believe, will be putting out information tomorrow, I believe, on calling for argument writers, and I'll pass it over to allow them to explain the process.
Yes, at this time, the city clerk is calling for an argument writers for the ballot measure that was approved at the council meeting tonight. The city of Long Beach will be holding a general municipal election to be consolidated with the county on November 8. And for those interested in writing arguments for or against the ballot measure, please submit the interest form to the city clerk's office by August 11th at 4:30. Interest form may be submitted via email at the cityclerk@longbeach.gov or in person at 411 West Ocean Boulevard in the lobby, window number 12. The application is available or will be available on our website at longbeach.gov/cityclerk. A separate form must be submitted for each ballot measure. So if for more information, please contact our office at 562-570-6101.
Thank you. And then when those forms are in, I believe I will present the ballot argument writers and make the recommendations to the council at the subsequent meeting.
At the August 16th meeting thing.
Great. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few announcements. First, save the date, August 27th at Houghton Park is our 11th annual Uptown Jazz Festival. Hard to believe this has been 11 years since we've been doing this, and it's my last one as a council member. It's going to be fun. Come on out and join me. The theme this year is Recover, Rejoice, and Reunite. Last year, the theme was really COVID-related. In this together was the theme. And this year, since we're laser focused on the recovery, we'll have resources for the community around economic recovery and health recovery. So Recover, Rejoice, Reunite. It's a great lineup, just like every year. This year it's headlined by Stephanie Mills, so we're really looking forward to that show. And we'll have community resources in the Kids Zone and vendors and all the things that we have every year. Next, the Hamilton Neighborhood Association invites you to a summer cookout at 6620 Rose Avenue on Saturday, August 13th from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Food, music, refreshments, crafts, and an obstacle course. And this will highlight and support Samantha and Jose Palacios, the Palacios family, the victims of the Bottoms Up tragedy. Next, residents and businesses are invited to attend the next Long Beach Police Department Commanders Forum held Wednesday, August 10th, 7 p.m. at the Rana Arias Health Equity Center. This is a great opportunity for community members to come out and engage with our division commander, voice their questions, their concerns, and I hope to see you there. Thanks a lot. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tsaro.
Yes, I just have two events, and one is the Local Hearts annual school supply giveaway this Saturday at MacArthur Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Councilwoman and Cindy Allen and I are both co-hosting a Clean Up the Block with Catalyst Care on 2115 East 10th Street. We are adjacent to each other there. So join us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other additional requests to make any announcements, so we will adjourn the council meeting. It's definitely one of the longest we've had in a long time. So everyone have a good night. Bye.